Mr. Sifiso, you can now start.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all warm and you are all safe in all corners of the country. We work to welcome you in this first and most exciting dialogue that is discussing how do we actually reposition the agricultural sector using the agritourism in terms of transforming it as one of the key markets that will drive that development. I hope I am audible. I'm hoping my colleagues that are assisting me with the technologies, we live in the technologically advanced world, that are actually helping to allow everyone that is still in the lobby, if you could ensure that we will keep track of those that are in the lobby to join us. This is a very exciting dialogue organized by our partners, the FANAPAN, and together with our very exciting organizers, also the CEO of AgriLux, Miss Jeanette. And we have tried to really gather some of the very exciting speakers, and I hope you all have received the program where it has different components. And I think in the next 2 to 3 hours, we'll be able to really bring in some of the insight ranging from the stakeholders' view of making us understand exactly these agritourism markets and how it links in terms and the role it can play in transforming the agricultural food systems. Because we often look at the agricultural development from the supplier point of view, where we're driving production growth, where you're looking at technology. But little do we focus on the market side and the different market system and how can it even change the perception of how we look at our food, how we consume our food, how we distribute our food. And agritourism, which is one of the markets that also have a privilege of bringing in international perception and international preferences on our food system, bringing into the country. And how can that lead into transforming our food? So those are some of the topics that we'll be hearing from our side. We have a program that basically is structured in the manner that where Ms. Jeanette Sutherland will come in, give us the concept, basically just taking us through the educational journey of what the agritourism market looks like in South Africa based on the work that they have done and also the engagement that they've had with the different players in the agritourism sector. Later on, we will then look at some of the voices from the players on the grounds that really do wonderful work in different fronts within the sector, where we'll look at the different case studies in the agritourism and how it links into the food system. We'll then have I think it's probably one that I'm looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that you can be able to even have a visual tasting of food where we have our chefs on board, where they'll be also giving us a sense on how the different things on the food gets into that. We will then, because we know that agriculture and food system is one of the most complex and diverse economic system we run in the country. And we'll have a chance to hear from the different institutions in their perspective of what they are doing in actually uplifting the agritourism as one of the critical market and ensuring that different people have access into the variety of food that we have. South Africa and any other African country for that matter is known for its diversity and variety and the richness of the food that we tend to produce. And agritourism usually give you that opportunity at a very low cost of how do you test the food as you enjoy the beauties and the outscale of our country. We will then have a breakaway sessions where we start now giving you a chance to also engage and be able to, sorry, I should have switched off my phone. So where you'll be able to start now engaging, because this is a dialogue. As much as we want to enrich you with the information, but we also want to be receiving your insight and receiving your live experiences of how you are actually dealing with the food. So I'm not here alone. I'm with my variety of coordinators, and they will be able to assist us throughout the program. We live in the time where we also have to be very conscious, as we know that the numbers of COVID infections in the country are increasing, and we are trying very hard to ensure that we stay safe and we stay alive. And while we're doing so, we need to continue to drive our economy. And I'm also cognizant of the time constraints. As you know now, most of the time we have meetings running practically 5 minutes are separate from us. So I wouldn't try to really take too much of your time, and I'm hoping my speakers throughout the sessions will also be cognizant of the time. Allow me then, and I think I have made my mistake myself by just getting into and talking and assuming that everybody is aware who's talking to them. My name is Fiso Ndombela is my surname. I work as an economist in the National Agricultural Marketing Council, which is the agency of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in South Africa, that is mandated to provide advisory services to the minister and the different stakeholders in the agricultural sector. And it is really my privilege to be facilitating this session this afternoon for you. With those opening remarks, allow me then to first introduce the two speakers that will really be giving us some of the opening remarks. The first one is Dr. Chilitsi Mazivandela, the CEO of Fanapan. I would like also to introduce Dr. Swart, the Acting Deputy Director General of EDTM, Economic Development in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the country. May I then see by the hands I can see on my screen, and usually later on we'll probably have an opportunity of a photo. I'm told now we can take photos online. So we'll see how that one unfolds as we get into it. But perhaps while I'm still looking if Dr. Swart is with us, let me allow Dr. Chilitsi to just make some of the opening remarks for us. Thank you.
Program Director, Dr. Fiso Ndombela, thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development Acting Director General Representative, Dr. Swart. He is the DDG responsible for economic development. We really appreciate for you to set aside time to come and join us. Also, let me acknowledge the presence of Madame Vangile Titi. She is the South African National Government convener of the National Dialogue. So we hope that the deliberations of our dialogue here will fit into the processes of the government. So we really appreciate Madam Titi for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are observed. I am honored to welcome you all to this independent dialogue, and I need to emphasize this is an independent dialogue. It is not part of the dialogues that the department is organizing. So we hope that then our independent dialogue, it will fit into what the government already is doing. This dialogue today is an installment that helps to demonstrate the power of collaboration, and also then to show that as FANAPAN, then we are responsive to issues. And the theme of today's dialogue is about deriving the food system transformation in South Africa through agrotourism. Program director, already then you have outlined how this is linked to the work that we are doing. And the partnership that I will want to acknowledge here is the partnership that we are having with Agrilex Marketing, represented here by Ms. Jeanette Sunderland, and also No Line, represented by my good sister, Sisnosi. We really appreciate the partnership, and we believe that this topic here then is an important one to delve into. Let me, before coming to talk about the dialogue then, because majority of people here will not know who Fanapan is. 21 years ago, ministers of agriculture in the Eastern and Southern Africa then called for a formation of autonomous policy and network. This was established to make sure that then we are able to assist government and state actors in terms of making sure that they are using research-based evidence in their decisions and policy making. So that's when Fanapan was born. And ever since then, since 2010, then we do have got a mandate to operate Africa-wide. Then for the last 15 years, then as the Secretariat of Fanapan, then we have been hosted by the government of South Africa. And for that, we really appreciate, because then we have been afforded a full diplomatic status. And the work that we do, it then is seamless to make sure that then our evidence then filter through to policy processes. The three core business issues that we've been designed to deliver on, the first one is to conduct policy research and analysis. The second one is to strengthen capacities and build partnership for collaborative common voices on issues that deals with food, agriculture, and natural resources. And the most important one, which is the third one, is to convene and to avail the platform like these ones that we're having today here, to make sure that then we make sure that the non-state actors have got the opportunity then to talk to state actors. Let me come back now to talk about the summit. There is a need to underscore the fact that the conclusion of this independent dialogue that we're convening today will be formally submitted to the conveners of the summit, which is happening in September later during the year. And the discussions here today are expected to produce three outputs. What we're hoping to produce here is a policy brief, an outline of at least two concrete business ideas that will follow up at a later stage. And the third and important one, then to form a community of practice to make sure that the efforts that we're investing in here today, it doesn't go to waste. So we want to make sure that after this, people that are in attendance keep in touch with each other and make sure that the momentum then is building around the agrotourism issue. For this particular dialogue here and for South Africa, we look forward to the contributions of this dialogue here to inform the national processes and the position paper that the government is preparing. We also hope that this engagement here today is part of the continuing process towards the development of a vibrant agrotourism in South Africa. And if this start to happen, then we'll know that then the efforts that we have invested here today are starting to bear fruits. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to today's dialogue, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Program Director, back to you.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you very much for those very insightful opening remarks. I'm hoping that my colleagues at the background would assist me in terms of the presence of the speakers. We are expected to have someone from the department. I'm told that Ms. Pindile will be the representative. May I check if she has managed to join, as I know that load shedding is really making it difficult for some of our colleagues. I know Dr. Swart is struggling to connect. While we're trying to establish that, I would really want to re-emphasize the point that CEO have raised around really the work and how it contributes into the work that the country is coordinating towards the UN Food Summit, which is coordinated by the convener, Ms. Titi Vangi, and we are hoping that output of today will really contribute into their work, which they are hosting their first dialogue this coming Friday. I don't think I'm able to establish if Ms. Pindile, anyone from the department, has done, but we will keep the agenda open and we'll keep the opportunity for the department to make that opening remarks, as they are one of the very critical stakeholders, especially if you're working towards this food system, and we would like to hear part of the works that they are doing and really to show the partnership and how this really is part of South Africa as a democratic state, working with all different social partners, bringing up an output that is really a true reflective of all the social partners that we have in the country. Let me then move on with our program and request that we take a first presentation that will give us the sort of a background in terms of what we're speaking of today, this you really driving this food system and transforming it through agricultural market. I would like to invite Ms. Jeanette Sutherland to give us a presentation. I don't know if you are able to upload it from your side and you can take us through. Over to you, Ms. Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Sofiso, and welcome everyone. Good afternoon. It is really a pleasure to have you join us on such an important agenda that we have today of exploring the role of agritourism markets in the sustainable food system agenda. I know we are a bit pressed for time and things, we have some challenges with the load shedding. So let me get straight to it. My task, along with what the facilitator and the CEO of FANPAN has already ably done, is to help set the stage for what is going to come for the rest of the dialogue. But before I do that, let me just give a quick context in terms of the title of my presentation, Least Any Offense is Taken. I'm a bit of a political junkie, particularly American politics. In 1992, during the Bill Clinton electoral campaign, his political advisor coined this term, it's the economy stupid. He actually was speaking to his campaign workers, and he wrote this on the office to really get their attention, to focus on three key messages he felt were pertinent to the time, the economy being one of them. In fact, the phrase went on to become a bit of a de facto slogan for the campaign, and Clinton actually won the campaign. Since then, this phrase has taken on a life of its own, and many people have substituted different words for the economy for the same intent, to really focus emphasis on the subject matter at hand. So in this case, I thought, oh, I'll just reuse this phrase, and the intent really is to emphasize the importance of markets, as the facilitator said earlier, that a lot of the discussion really focus on the supply side issue and very little is done on the market side. And so we're hoping today to really shed some light on that. If you look at all successful transformation, whether it be the agriculture sector or any other sector, one key common factor is the markets, access to dynamic markets with paying customers. And the premise of this dialogue and the research on which this dialogue is based is that if a country makes investment in the agritourism sector, based on the market opportunities that the research indicating exist, then that stand to have very high returns for the food system agenda in itself. So, right. So the rest of my discussion would try to highlight the importance of markets by looking at three broad set of questions. What is agritourism? What are the markets that are driving agritourism? And what is the relevance of agritourism to sustainable food systems? A key question that I always hear being asked is, what exactly is agritourism? And even though this has been practiced, since perhaps the early 70s, The reality is there's very little rigorous research and analysis on this sector. There is no widely acknowledged or recognized definition of agritourism based on the country or the community. The definition of agritourism may change slightly. But for our purposes, broadly speaking, agritourism can be thought of as the nexus between agriculture and the tourism sectors. And these are two good pairings, because the agriculture sector, despite all of the potential that in the development circle that is talked about for agriculture, it is still struggling to realize its potential as the engine of growth. In fact, NEPAD had set a 6% annual growth rate, which was supposed to have achieved reduced poverty by half by 2015. And I'm not sure most of the African countries have not even attained about anywhere close to that 6% annual growth rate. At the same time, tourism sector is one of the fastest growing sector globally. It even outpaces, global economic GDP and agriculture. And so the performance of the tourism sector can serve as a pull effect on the agriculture sector. Even more importantly, the South African tourism strategy 2016 to 2026 has really emphasized the importance of identifying new products and markets, taking into account emerging trends such as interest in green, sustainable, and economic tourism. And I'll get back to some of these trends that are driving, which we feel are driving the agritourism market. So there is this pairing between agriculture and tourism is for us quite a natural and good fit. Again, agritourism is also seen as a diverse set of commercial activities that connect domestic and international travelers to where their food comes from. And later on in the session, we would get quite a bit of examples of that. In some cases, it involves farm-to-table meals at dining establishments that are highly connected to the local food system. In other cases, it could be on-farm experiences, either educational, entertainment, or relaxation through the process of production, harvesting, or consumption of food. But regardless of the definition, for our purposes, we believe that there must be at least 5 factors that are involved. It must increase farm incomes. It must engender, creation of sustainable jobs. It must promote cultivation of diverse nutrient-laden foods. It must promote environmental conservation, and it should attract the public to visit or at least be aware of agricultural operations. So the next question is, what are the drivers behind agritourism subsector? And broadly speaking, you have on one hand a set of negative drivers, which is the broken food system, and the reason for someone needs
May
to.
I then ask just the attendees to just switch off their mic and perhaps their videos if they are not on the stage. So we allow Janet to just finish the presentation. Thank you. IT, please assist us in those that are not on the platform to just mute them. Thank you. Sorry about that, Janet. Please proceed.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. So there are 2 broad set of factors that we're looking at today. One is a bit negative, and which actually influences the positive set of factors. It's a broken food system, which is the basis for the reason for this UN Food Summit agenda. And the other is, an increasing awareness amongst consumers in terms of health, social, and environmental issues. The broken food system, there's a lot that is written about it. And if you've been following the summit, you would have learned a lot in terms of what is broken. But some of the key characteristics of this broken system is, mass production of cheap, high caloric and low nutritional food, limited availability and high cost of nutrient-dense food, a high rate of, due to the predominance of these large multinational corporations that promote a limited amount of crops that are cultivated. So there's a lack of food diversity, and the type of jobs that most of the stakeholders in the sector, particularly from developing countries, are not sustainable and they're very low paying. The impact of this broken food system results in, an increase in non-communicable diseases, farm abandonment as farmers are not receiving sufficient income to maintain their farm. So they move, there's a lot of migration to the urban sector. So there's a whole cyclical multiplier effect, the out migration to the urban sector creates a lot of overpopulation, and the rural sector becomes even more underdeveloped. Overall, it increases poverty. On the environmental side, you have a lot of soil degradation because of the poor agricultural practices and the monocropping. And the farmers themselves, I think I mentioned this already, are marginalized from having a profitable participation in food value chains. At the same time, on the positive side, and as the saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. And what this broken food system means is that there are a lot of market opportunities for business solutions to address and come up with more sustainable ways of producing food that has healthier outcomes. At the same time, you have an increasing awareness among consumers that are conscious about their health, conscious about social issues and environmental conservation. A survey that took place in 2019 showed that there were 3 set of factors that were among the top 8 that were driving travelers' behavior. That's eco-travel, which reflects a growing concern among travelers for ethical and sustainable tourism options, local experience, a desire to engage in local culture from local cuisine to regional festivals, and healthy and organic food, a demand for excellent cuisine with a view to better nutrition. These are among the top 8 new tourism trends in 2019. Of course, because of COVID, things have slowed a bit, but the data has showed that even with regard to travel and tourism, that the majority of the, domestic travelers is what really buoys up the tourism sector. Over 70% of the travel and tourism expenditure generated by domestic travel. And within the short term after COVID, it is expected to be the domestic travelers is expected to be the group that is really going to maintain the economy for a while. The Global Wellness Institute has some data that also supports the type of trend that we are seeing in terms of consumer behavior that we feel augurs well for market opportunities and investment opportunities in the agritourism sector, and also augurs well for the food system, sustainable food system agenda. As you would see here on the slide, the global wellness economy was about 4.5 trillion in 2018. The industry grew by 6.4% annually from 2015 to 2017, which is nearly twice as fast as global economic growth. And among the top wellness markets by revenue in which agriculture plays a key role, healthy eating and nutrition and wellness tourism fare very, very well. We did a survey as a part of this research Chalitzi mentioned earlier that we are undertaking on agritourism and food system in sub-Saharan Africa. And this research is still open, but so far from the responses, we see a pattern that supports all the data that I have just mentioned. And so the next few slides, I'm just going to quickly run through some of the responses and to show some more of the consumer trend. Basically, this is just a demographic summary of the respondents. A majority of the female have replied. Most of the respondents are between 35 and 64. Most of them had a master's degree, followed by undergraduate degree and then postgraduate degree. The income range, again, was between 1,000 US or equivalent, 1,000 and 150,000. The next grouping, 50 to 75. The lowest majority was between 15 to 30,000. Most of the respondents came from the Caribbean. It has nothing to do with where I'm from. This was an online survey followed by North Americans, Sub-Saharan African, and Europe. There are very few from Asia. We're hoping that this will change as the poll remains open. And you would see that pre and post COVID, I know you probably can't read the slide, perhaps, I'm not sure, but what quickly you see that, of the top 4 trends, that rest and relaxation, visit friends and families were 2 of the top trending reasons that people gave for traveling. But followed after business, you had a desire to experience another's culture and cuisine was the fourth ranked. Of course, after COVID, this changed very slightly. And health and wellness, which was ranked number 6 before, moved up to the 4th ranked place. The other factors like visit friends and family remained and actually increased. Business travel decreased. And the desire to experience another's culture, it decreased. It went to, I think, 5th, but it still remained, it was ranked still solidly, substantively high. And it makes sense after COVID, where a lot of people have lost income, that desire to experience another's cuisine and culture would be seen as perhaps much more of a luxury goods. But if you look at the other factors, the reasons, particularly health and wellness, you see that there is still support for this concern for consumers being health conscious. In terms of the food trends, you see that there are 3 key factors driving how people purchase food and how they think about food. Health and nutrition, again, scored about 66% of the respondents said that they either always search for healthier food options or they are willing to pay a price for premium for tasty, nutritious food. It was followed by convenience, what is conveniently available, and then affordability. Continuing on the food trend topic, we had the top 3 interest by consumers for if they were to visit another country in terms of the agritourism offering were food festivals, fine dining at restaurants serving local cuisine, and authentic indigenous food tours. Surprisingly beaten out wine tours, which has been very popular for decades. And of course, this was the rationale behind choosing the breakout group sessions. In terms of accommodation, again, it was quite interesting to find over 50% of the respondents saying that they would be open to trying staying at farms that there's a trend of farms converting or putting accommodations on their property that allows for stay, long-term stay or for a few nights. You have an example here, Babylon Storing, which is on the very high end of the business model scale. But you have different options at which you can have farm stays. And we found it quite surprising that over 50% of the respondents said that this would be something they'd be interested in. 34% said they're open to trying it, but it depends on the farm facilities. So I guess some of them, if it's not up to standards to some of the facilities that they would find in a traditional hotel, it will not interest them. And 11% said they were not interested at all. And this was one that was a little bit not so pleasant for Sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, South Africa may fare differently to the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa, but I think it does signal something that has to be kept in mind, particularly with regard to the importance of marketing, not just the country, but agritourism offerings. And of course, we know very well that with regard to the media, how the media covers Sub-Saharan Africa is questionable. And one of the top respondents for influenced in the respondents' choice of region was official news and reports. And again, you would see that the top 6 here, we asked them to choose the top 6 destination choice, and Sub-Saharan Africa did not make it. It was ranked number 12. So there is some work to be done, like I said, in terms of marketing. Well, yes, I mentioned this already, that factors influencing their choice. And you see included among that is, this sense of what they believe is a reliable food safety and hygiene systems enforced. So this is the last question before I round up. I think I'm running a little bit over time. And so what is the relevance of agritourism systems to the food systems in general? The food system is typically discussed in terms of how food is produced, accessed, and consumed. It's a whole range of activities from production to consumption, including transport and distribution, etc. For ease of discussion here, we look at these 3 broad areas in which they are discussed. In terms of how it's produced, accessed, and consumed. And this takes place within an environmental, social, and economic context, and in fact, also political context, but we'll stay clear from the politics. We argue that agritourism contributes to the food system development at each stage and at all 3 levels. Dr. Tracy Ledger, a South African researcher, anthropologist, and the author of the book On Empty Plate, Why We Are Losing the Battle for Food System, Why It Matters, and How We Can Win It Back, I think correctly captured the issue with food systems. The food system determines who gets to eat and who doesn't, who can make a living from farming and who does not. It determines the income of farmers, the price, the quality, the source of food on your shelves. Very powerful statement. And so if your food system is broken, in the case of South Africa, you have, even though South Africa exports quite a lot of food, agricultural products, they also import a lot of food, vegetables, meat, dairy, I believe. So there's a high dependence on food imports, but the food industry is also concentrated in the hands of an elite few. There's limited access to affordable, nutritious food. So, South Africa has a very high rate of malnutrition among children, stunting, and overweight, 2 of the 4 indices for assessing malnutrition. South Africa is performing worse than the global average, and in overweight, it's actually worse even than the African region as a whole. And about a quarter of the population are hungry. This in itself is not, it's not a good state of affairs. And as I said, Dr. Ledger's summary of what is possible if the food system is broken is captured accurately, and it doesn't go well the scenario for South Africans. So the question is, how can agritourism contribution help to change this scenario? And we would see in the case studies and the discussions that are coming up that examples of what is listed here, the opportunities and the potential to increase local production of diverse and nutritious food. You would hear food activists who talk about the importance of promoting indigenous food and decolonizing food. You would get to learn about large retailers that attract a lot of tourists annually, that promotes food ecosystem that allows the markets to come closer to the farmer, that allows farmers to participate in a very competitive way in the food value chain. You would hear about programs that are influencing policies and the way of thinking on food and nutrition. There are a lot of innovative SMEs that are beginning to evolve in the agritourism sector, A couple of them will be shared, highlighted in the case study as we go forward. And overall, the promotion of local and economic development and rural development in its sense bodes well for an economy, a country that has as a priority increasing food security, both in terms of availability and affordability. And this, I promise, is my last slide, I think, my last two slides. The Western Cape Department of Agriculture and the Wildlife Fund for South Africa did a study in 2019, and they ran a survey among South African entrepreneurs who are involved in the sector. And they acknowledge that just some of the responses are captured here, just to highlight both in terms of the acknowledgement that there is benefit, that entrepreneurs see benefits in the sector, but also to highlight some of the key challenges that they raise, some of which we expect will be discussed in the discussion going forward. There is a strong agreement that it stimulates local economic activity, it supports South African products and services, and that it increases, well, at least 50% thought that it increased revenue, 50% said they don't know. And that just speaks to the fact that some of them acknowledge that they did not have a lot of data on the sector itself to make a decision. And some of the key challenges that were raised is in terms of the cost of financing. There was I think in the report itself, marketing itself was flagged as a key challenge, and the need to have a coordinated approach in terms of marketing agritourism products. The need for skills and uptraining, education, and a lot felt that they were not being supported by the government in terms of accessing resources, whether that be technical or financial. And finally, there was a strong indication that they felt more coordination was needed in the chain. So to end, basically, the rest of the session, you will hear some good practices and lessons from ongoing agritourism operations. You would hear about the role of key stakeholders, particularly those of the chefs, who, at least I believe, have a central role to play in terms of bridging agritourism and the food sustainable system agenda. Some of the critical success factors, including innovation, education, access to finance and land, and efficient coordination. And at the end, in our breakout groups, we are hoping to come up with proposals for policy and program support and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janet. That was very mouthful and that was very exciting. I very much appreciated some of those positive factors that drive agritourism and some of the, what should we call it, some of the factors that are sort of ensuring that the system does not live up to its optimality. Those that have to do with some of the dualities and some of the concentration that we've seen in the sector, as well as the distribution of our food. And I think these are some of both the challenges that probably will get more insight of them as we get into the next session, but also maybe as the department and come and provide some of the opening remarks, as you've touched on very detailed in the areas around the policy, in the areas around the investment and infrastructure, and how they really impact in the mobility of some of the persons in the country. I think you've also touched on a very critical point, which really it gives a sense of showing that the sector is in the paradox, where on one hand, we really have strong compatibility in terms of producing the food and the availability of food, but we still very much relying on imported food, which in my view could be a function that our agro-processing capacity is not at the level where perhaps maybe we need, which could increase our competitiveness in providing the most affordable food in the country. May I then ask Ms. Pindile if she can come in and be giving us some of the remarks from the department perspective. Ms. Pindile, she's the Chief Director in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. May I give you some time? Thank you. I think you are unmuted, Sister Ngele. There we go.
Good afternoon, Program Director, Dr. Tsilidzi Madzivandila, the CEO and Head of the Mission, Food and Agriculture and Natural Resource Policy Network, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Pindiwe Dingile, as indicated. I will be delivering this address on behalf of our Director General, who unfortunately could not join us due to issues that were beyond his control. And I also would want to emphasize on the collaboration and cooperation that we undertake to have with the network and the participants that are at this platform, that we do take our cooperation very, very seriously, even though we happen not to have the next person that was assigned by our DG. I'm saying this in extension of our apology as an organization, and also wish to register that we do take these engagements and our collaborations very, very seriously. Please allow me then to deliver the speech on behalf of the DG, indicating that we do have, as an organization, have a great pleasure to be given an opportunity to participate and open this session, wishing the success as we expect the deliverables to count and contribute into the national positions. Chairperson, we note that improving resilience and sustainability of food system is critical now more than ever before, as COVID-19 pandemic had far-reaching impacts on various aspects of the agro food systems in South Africa and in the world in general. The importance of food security has always been an important policy issue that has potential to destabilize the country, as witnessed in some of the regions. We have read in many readings that it has been recognized that many developing countries experience food and water insecurity in higher scale than developed nations. This is because of irresponsible and malicious government policies. The effects of climate change and rising food prices, these are all some of the contributors to the situation. This therefore calls for the collaborative efforts from all sectors to put resources together in addressing this problem. Even more disturbing, Chairperson and Program Director, is the report of the Center of Excellence in Food Security, which states that the informal food economy is a substantial part of the food supply and food distribution in South Africa. It is estimated to be worth around 360 billion a year, accounting for at least 30 to 50% of food resources and grocery sector. The department, therefore, is highly encouraged by the proactive role of our NGOs, including FANAPAN and other organizations that are playing in our endeavors to address the current food insecurity challenges as faced by the country and aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Your dialogue program director could have not come a better opportune time than now. You will be aware that South Africa is also preparing for the July pre-summit in Rome, with ultimate participation in the September New York summit, which our president is planning to attend, and the outcome of these dialogues will assist then in the ultimate position that we will be communicating as a South African community at the UN platform. We agree that agritourism has a potential for dynamic subsector that can contribute to transforming sub-Saharan African food systems on all three dimensions of food system, which are economic, social, and environmental. In your engagements, we are pleased to note that you will engage smallholder commercial farmers and other entrepreneurs in the agritourism and food value chains. Agritourism is noted as one of the unexplored sector, especially for our small-scale farmers and emerging farmers. In 1998, Prof. Chogoku et al. In their study of Umbria in Italy affirmed that agritourism is becoming an important income source for farmers and industrial resource and industrial countries facing overproduction. However, how farming and agritourism activities should be integrated into farm management has not yet been fully studied. And this is the area that we would like to advance our youth to follow going forward. I have to admit that even here in South Africa, we have not taken advantage of this low-lying fruit. However, initiatives like Agritourism Africa, which is said to be the link between interested tourists and all other role players in agritourism, and serve as an information hub highlighting tourism experiences on farms across Africa, allowing local and international tourists to incorporate visits to these farms as part of their travel plans. There are lessons that can be learned from such initiatives. I am convinced that this dialogue will indeed increase awareness and generate discussions among the stakeholders on these key opportunities and challenges that we have observed in agritourism subsector. I do agree that this will help identifying key policies, key policy programs and interventions to support maximizing agritourism market opportunities for a transformed South African food system, and will truly generate interest in the establishment of informal agritourism food system network for continued dialogue and action beyond the summit. I therefore look forward to the outcomes of this dialogue, which I believe will also go a long way in contributing to discourse within the country in trying to respond to the country's challenges and beyond summit. We wish you the best and successful dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pindele, and thank you very much for those opening remarks. I think the partnership you together with Vanapan and together with other social partners, including AgriLux, is very much appreciated. It's always good to see the country with all different stakeholders pulling in the same direction, and we have certainly hope that it will improve the food system. Allow me now to move into our next session after refusing such warm remarks from both Vanapan and also from the department. I think also in the chat room, I see all your notes. I see Alexandra Heritage and Tourism is in the house. They're saying we must be able to shout at them. I see other different stakeholders. They are also in the chat room, and they also appreciate very much the excellent information from Jeanette. I think it was very insightful. We will have now 4 case studies that will basically be building up from what Jeanette has shared with us. And I would like to plead with the presenters on these case studies, just to be cognizant of time and try to be as brief as you could possibly do. I would like, after their brief discussions, to just open it up also to the audience so that they can give their reflections and be able to harvest some of the insight that they have. As we know from the opening remarks of Dr. Chiliti, that one of the key outcomes of this dialogue is really to have those tangible output or initiatives that will contribute into the national dialogue, which Ms. Pindele has just announced, which the country is driving, but also having a very policy brief. So may I then see whether all my speakers are here, if there's any sign. The first one being Michael Daiba. Just if I could see you, Michael. Thank you very much. Can I then see Ms. Manti Mafadi, if you are present?
We have to skip Manti, please. There will be 3. Yeah.
All right. I presume is Mr. Henry Matthys. Thank you very much, sir. And then we have Ms. Retang Patha. I think I can see right there looking beautiful and ready to entertain us with more information. May I then give it to the panel? I will start by Mr. Michael Dabia to just give us your views and then give you your first 5 minutes start now. Thank you.
After many years of planning and community consultation, all San of Southern Africa finally have a place to tell their stories as they wish to tell them. It's Kwatu. Kwatu is the only heritage center dedicated to the San. Your hosts are San from across Southern Africa, sharing their stories, languages, skills, and knowledge. Sensitively renovated Cape Farm buildings house our accommodation, our restaurant, and our shop, sitting within 850 hectares of regenerated fynbos land, rich in wildlife, small and large. Take your time to explore our galleries, spanning First People origin stories, the archaeology of modern humans, through to the troubling times of colonization and the opportunities and challenges of life today. But to really understand San as recent gatherers and hunters, spend time with our San guides in the immersive Way of the San Museum and out in our land, where they share their knowledge and skills of fire making, tracking, hunting, and plant use. A visit to Kwatu combines culture and heritage, adventure and relaxation, tourism and education, giving you a new understanding of the phrase, San Spirit Shared.
Thank you very much. As indicated, my name is Michael Diber. Thank you for this opportunity. Briefly, I would like to tell our story and how it relates to food security and today's topic. This is a dream. The San people of Southern Africa, or the Bushman people of Southern Africa, had a dream over 20 years ago. And this was a dream to have a place to be able to tell their stories, to be able to restore their dignity and their cultural pride, to be able to preserve indigenous knowledge, to be able to have a place where they can equip themselves with skills to find this way between the changing lifestyle in Southern Africa, and to be able to practice conservation and tourism, and to create a powerful tool to create experiences in this field so that young San people across Southern Africa are being empowered. This led to a Swiss anthropologist and a philanthropist who heard this plight and who was eager to make a donation and to create a means to make this project come a reality. And she was generously donated a land. The land was a small farm on the west coast north of Cape Town. About 20 years ago, came up for sale. This was a farmhouse, farm building or farm homestead with old 17th century buildings that were in a state of dilapidation. There was also land that was tired of herbicides and pesticides, and it was over-farmed with monocrops, and it was screaming and crying for support and for help, really. This was, besides, it was built on a part of this west coast coastline, this coastal plain where there's prevailing winds and lots of sand and beautiful fynbos flowers, and it has absolutely not been a suitable place for any form of farming or agriculture whatsoever. And then 20 years ago, the work began. There was teams of small groups of San people that came, worked this land and rehabilitated, revegetated the land in a big extent, removed alien vegetation, and made very old, beautiful buildings so that they could fit in with a new purpose and a new vision of this project. And then after some years, the gates opened, and this was the future of a new journey in conservation and tourism and training. And this was soon to become a very popular and an attractive tourist attraction. Many local people and foreigners arrived here and saw the attraction in the wide, beautiful wide open spaces, in the opportunity to interact with San people, to learn about culture and heritage, and also, of course, to wine and dine in a restaurant. And this was our first lesson. Everything was about food and wine. And this was the beginning of a new journey of trying to figure out how this will work. We started off by creating a menu. This menu was so much the same as most of our neighbors. Everybody in the region, everybody on the same road produced almost the same food. This was something that was nothing unique. There was nothing special about it. It was not at all delicious or wow. This was just something that we knew how it works, and we knew that it was easy, and we continued to make this food. Customers were happy and said it was a nice meal. They got up, and many of them returned again. Our supplier was a massive food delivery industry that provided this convenient way of just delivering food. It was so easy, so quick, just 2 ticks, and the order was being processed, and it made itself a long journey to be delivered to our back door. Everything was boxed and wrapped and sealed and weighed and waxed. It was just a very easy system. It just arrived, and nothing was special, nothing was unique. It just became an engine, a machine of ordering and counting and heating up and serving and paying big mother bills to one factory that just produced this same food that arrived year after year. It felt like fish started to taste like chicken, and broccoli was tasting like bananas, and it was all just the same. There was really nothing that inspired anybody. And the restaurant was just a place to be seated and to be told this is what you can eat. Until one day, when suddenly everything came to a standstill, and suddenly we had to close our gate. We were told to be scared and careful of our visitors, and people were saying that you should work from home, but suddenly this place was home and work all together. So there was no other choice to remain here and to look after this place. And we found that all the staff that were employed as waitresses and chefs and guides started working in the land and getting their hands in the soil and caring for plants and caring for animals, and it started making a huge difference. And so many people started to think about food and where food comes from, and started to talk about the traditional uses of foods and the nutrition of it, and talked about hunting and gathering, and talked about foraging. And then there was an intriguing topic of saying, what did people eat? Early humans who lived in these plains, who lived in caves and shelters, they ate, their lifestyle changed, but the nature and the plants never really changed. And this was an intriguing topic. And we started to investigate this, research this, and it really became something that we thought to embrace and to take into our consideration of food that can be eaten today. People were intrigued and excited to talk about their own culture and their heritage and about foraging. And soon we found mushrooms that could be foraged. We found that there was wild cabbage and wild garlic, and that there was wild sage, and that there was so many things left over to find. And local farmers in the area really opened up lots of interesting opportunities where we were able to find these interesting and unique suppliers of interesting food and interesting small sustainable farmers that were able to produce these very interesting.
Debbie, I'm hoping you can see my sign on.
Yes, thank you very much, Fiso. Thank you very much. I will make sure I finish very quickly. And this led to a point where we fired our big suppliers. We fired Coca-Cola and our beer delivery, and we really replaced this with unique small suppliers, people who provided drinks, homemade, locally brewed in funky bottles and in glass bottles, and it really became a new inspiration. We started to return, and it gave birth to a new menu, to something that we thought this is what we could offer. This is how we could intrigue all these stories, infuse all these stories in what we could offer on the plate. Some people got up and they walked out. They never stayed for dessert. They said this was unpleasant. This was impossible. How can you not serve these triangle fish with square frozen chips and a Coke Zero? And soon people just disappeared. But we pursued, and suddenly there was a wave of people, of new customers that arrived, people that were hungry and eager and excited to learn about these new foods, to learn about nutritional foods, to listen to the traditional stories. Our staff started taking a lead and telling stories about fishermen, the name of the fisherman, or the name of the lady who milk the cows by hand and who produce cheese and butter. And it became an interesting celebration of people coming together and talking about this. There was a very clear growth in our business. People started arriving, and we were just surprised how this became really successful and something so exciting to share with the public. And we really knew that this was we were absolutely on the right track. There were a few lessons that we learned. We learned that there was a huge appetite for the charms of sustainable farming and indigenous knowledge. We learned that it was a remarkable reward, and it was enhancing to find these relationships and to make friends with sustainable agriculture and to bring them into our supply chain. We learned that there were new ways to create a better understanding and a new awareness of sustainability. And this really changed the way that we communicated this message to our customers. We learned that nutrition and health and wellness was the trends, and that people were really aware of that. And we could really see that the seasonality was something interesting. It drew you into this excitement of finding something new. It intrigued the new customers, it intrigued the staff. And lastly, we also learned that to be able to connect to the land and to be able to connect to the people and the animals was something that just resonated with the people, and how this restaurant could really be absolutely that platform. But I think more than anything, I think from Futsal's level of this organization, we realized that if you look after the land will look after you. And I think going into this new menu and sourcing the food differently really made a huge difference in the whole way we run our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I then check?
Jwale ke bona ba dikereng ba re tswetsa bua gore re kgone go tseba gore dilo tse ka nnete di ne le phepo, le ge e le gore be re tseba gore di ne le phepo, mara be re sa name re tseba thata gore e ka mokgwa ga go le ge batho be ba ka kgwetsa tie e swere ke nna aowa be ba ka se e reke e ba ya go e gana tie ya rena ke batho be ba ka se e reke ba gore ke ditlhare tša dingaka a se dilo tša dingaka dilo tše ke tie ya setso sa segaga borena.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead. Let me just quickly share my screen. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me very clearly. My name is Retang Phahla from Sejong Tea Crafters. We are from Limpopo. We're a company that's based in a village called Ramatlala Ramoshebo in the Sekhukhune district. Our initiative was actually developed first as a community project. We partnered, actually it's the baby of a nonprofit organization called Siapila Youth Support Services, which deals with providing economic and social upliftment to rural and peri-urban communities. And in 2014, my mom and I actually decided to go back home. We were growing tired of the city, and we decided to go back home to our rural home in Limpopo, in Sekhukhune, and basically reintroduce ourselves to the community. And when we started, my mom came back to the community with her work of community development. And we used an approach called asset-based community development. So this is a tool that is utilized to actually lead communities to identify their natural assets. So it allowed us to do a skills audit and asset mapping of what is it that exists in the community that we could actually create some kind of benefit with. So the main thing that we were surprised by when we arrived in Sekhukhune is that there weren't many young people to work with. Initially, through our nonprofit organization, we'd always been working with the youth, but we couldn't find the youth anymore in the rural areas. So we were left with the elders of the community. And when we did this asset mapping with the elders of the community, we found that there's deep indigenous knowledge lying within the minds and the livelihoods of the elders within rural areas. And our asset mapping actually revealed indigenous knowledge of herbs, of different types of foods, and just of a way of life. But we were most excited by the indigenous teas that these women and men in rural Limpopo were consuming. In fact, the way we found the teas was just an afternoon. A lady who was looking after my grandmother's house would just be grinding something at night before she goes to bed. And we kept seeing this happen over many weeks, and we were just curious as to what it was, only to find that it was a really interesting tea. And when we brewed it and shared the tea with her, we really got excited, especially when you look at South Africa and tea. The only tea that we're really exposed to mostly as a South African tea is rooibos tea. But really, when you begin to think about it and think of the diversity in cultures of South Africa, as well as the geographic diversity in the country, you then begin to think there must have been something that these communities were drinking as tea way before rooibos tea and Five Roses became available on the shelf. And indeed, this then opened a whole new can of worms in discovery that there are plenty of different types of teas that were drank in rural Limpopo. And so we then positioned the community to be the tea makers of Sekhukhune. And when we took on this journey, we asked the group in the community, what can we call this tea? Because we didn't want it to just have another Western name and just be another tea on the shelf. We wanted it to be recognizable and really speak to the community. So they then came up with the phrase, Bapedi a re boeleng sejong, which means Bapedi, let's go back to our culture. But because we couldn't use the whole phrase, and we also just didn't want it to speak to Bapedi people, we wanted it to speak to a whole diversity of people, we then just went with the word sejong, which means culture. The teas that we actually learned about, I won't say discovered, because we didn't discover them. The communities, indigenous communities, have been drinking these for many years. But the teas that we learned about, firstly, was the Dia red root tea. So this is not a normal tea in the sense of it being a leaf. It's a root that grows under the ground, and it has been analyzed by the CSIR and found to contain antioxidants as well as calcium, zinc, and fiber. But what was really exciting to us is that it tasted good. A lot of traditional herbs are usually known to be very bitter, but this was very drinkable. And then the second plant that we learned about was Depane. I'm using the indigenous names, so it's been known as Depane tea for many generations in Limpopo. And just loosely translated, this is a black bush tea. And so this one is a leaf. It's more similar to your rooibos tea and the like in that sense. And analysis by the CSIR found that it naturally contains a variety of amino acids, zinc and iron. And again, it tasted really great. And it almost tastes like your normal black tea, except it doesn't have the bitterness that you get with the normal black tea. It also is caffeine free, and it has a natural vanilla taste. So we found that we could actually do really interesting things with these teas. So we came up with a variety of different infusions. We understood that bringing a new tea to the market would be challenging because a lot of people would question us and ask, what is this Tepane? What is this Dia? Did you just come up with these names? What are these teas? So we then leveraged on flavors that people like. So we created the first actually infusion we started off with was a chai spiced infusion. So many people love chai tea, but we then used the Tepane tea as a base of the chai tea, and then we created flavors like strawberry and fennel, lemon, ginger, and berry. So it made people excited about the flavors. Then while they were learning about these interesting indigenous teas, we started off just selling the teas at farmers markets, and Saturday markets, and then we started getting into a few organic grocery stores, but then it started gaining traction via social media and online, and it allowed us to get into beauty spas, a few lodges as well as your normal grocery stores like Spar. When we've studied and looked at the market, we actually found that South Africans are largely a tea drinking nation. In fact, 30.9 million people, a study found that 30.9 million people of South Africa are tea drinkers. But we're finding that more and more tea drinkers are also looking more for functional beverages. So they're looking for beverages that not only taste good, but actually have benefit to the body. So we leveraged on this to educate people on different health issues and how the teas could actually assist with their health, and using the indigenous knowledge really to teach people about health, because these are teas that were traditionally used for blood pressure, cholesterol, for hormonal balance, and many other things. And we also found that millennials, the younger generation, are more interested in the story of a product. They're more interested in the people behind it, in the social impact, and as well as the authenticity of the product. And we see that the international market is also moving in this direction. So we decided to not only remain in the side of just selling the teas, but we actually decided to create a whole tea experience in order to really tell our story and connect with different consumers. So we actually launched tea experiences. We started last year, September. So we're very much still a new organization when it comes to agritourism, but we've actually learned a lot, and we are so excited about this part of our business. So we launched last year during Heritage Weekend, and we then decided to offer a tea experience which includes traditional Bapedi dancing, an introduction to people of the indigenous plants that grow in Limpopo, the indigenous tea crafting method, so how tea has been processed before machinery came in. And also we've also created our own African traditional tea ceremony. And then we follow that with an African traditional lunch, which where we use indigenous ingredients like your morojo, which is amaranth, sorghum, which is mabele, and a whole lot of other indigenous fruits and grains. So why we decided to create this offering is to educate consumers on the diversity of South Africa's biological resources, that we have so much more than what we know as South African tea, and to create awareness around indigenous knowledge systems, and more importantly, to create different income streams for our producers, because they are the ones who tell their story through these tours, and through these tours we're able to actually generate income. And we're also creating a new stream of jobs, which is within the hospitality industry through cooking, through tour guide operators and waiters and all of that. And we're also able to build stronger connections with our customers and build customer loyalty. And we're doing this really just to provide a bold and Pan-African tea experience, and something that will create a legacy for rural communities. We're working with 2 cooperatives, one that processes dia and one that processes tepane, and they're all comprised of youth and women, and they are responsible for the primary processing of the indigenous teas. This allows for an inclusive value chain. Some of our challenges are just accessing the right enough investment so that we can really be well equipped to continuously run these tea experiences, as well as capacity building, because rural tourism, especially, we're not just agritourism, but we're rural tourism, which is a new concept in our rural areas, and that requires building capacity on the ground. And another challenge has been, especially through COVID, capturing an international audience. We've been supported by stakeholders, a variety of them, as you can see. And our business model has also won us a few awards. We've won an award with the Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce, BioAfrica, and the SA Innovation Summit. But what we're really trying to do is build the rural economy and create jobs within the rural areas. As somebody mentioned before, many young people are just moving to the city and ending up jobless on the streets. So we're really trying to now bring young people back into the rural areas and build an industry out of our indigenous knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you could just take the slide down, and Mr. Medes. Thank you very much, Mr. Patla. That was very good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you guys a little bit about the Vienna Waterfront neighborhood and our contribution towards driving food systems change, particularly looking at agritourism. I want to thank Ms. Jeanette Sutherland and the team at Franepan for having us. And I must just start out by saying to Ms. Ratang that was a very beautiful story, very beautiful and inspiring example of empowering local and indigenous food systems. So I'm finding it very hard to follow up after that. Dr. Ntombela, thank you very much. I'm going to try my best to avoid your 2-minute marker. I'm going to go through this as fast as possible. Colleagues, today I'm going to talk about the market side of things at the Vienna Waterfront, a destination at the tip of Cape Town, at the tip of the continent. I'm really going to focus on stimulating demand, particularly focused at the agricultural sector, looking at what market demand looks like across our precinct and the food system and our impact on the full value chain. Very well. Quick history of the Vienna Waterfront. In the 1950s, 60s, the city of Cape Town really became disconnected from the ocean. At the time, this land was owned by South African Transport Services, and there was a vision to commercialize the old industrial dock. And in 1992, the Vienna Waterfront Holdings started trade. Fast forward to 2021, we're about 30 years old. Now, as a precinct, we're a neighborhood. People often think of the Vienna Waterfront as the mall and retail center. We manage all the land from sort of Buitengracht Road, manage all of the harbors. Today, we're jointly owned. We're a good example of a public-private partnership in that we're 50% owned by the Government Employee Pension Fund and 50% owned by Growthpoint. So I do know there's some government stakeholders today, so I do know I'm also speaking to some shareholders as well. 26 million visitors through the course of the year. We are the #1 destination across the African continent with 25,000 people working on our property every day. We've got some 13 hotels across our precinct, academia, major blue chip corporations like Ernst & Young, Pricewaterhouse and Cooper. We've got 800 tenants spanning across the oceans economy, retail, the food sector is obviously critical to this conversation. I mentioned the oceans economy, the marine industrial sector, as well as the healthy tourism and leisure sector, as you can imagine. And to just give you guys a little bit of insight into who and what we are, I've asked our CEO to just prepare a little note for our visitors today. I am hoping the sound does come through. Please do indicate, Jeanette, if the sound doesn't come through.
There is no sound, Henry.
It looks like the mic is unmuted, but
should I just jump in and
ensure that you share sound at the bottom left once you're sharing your screen. So
I will proceed. I tried sharing the sound in the settings, but it did not work. So I'll proceed. I'll share what our CEO David is trying to tell. We're a unique public-private partnership with some 200 properties across our precinct, and central to our development philosophy is our contribution to the economy. I'm mentioning that we've got over 25,000 people that work at the V&A waterfront. We're a critical contributor to the GDP. We contribute approximately 2% of the Western Cape's GDP across our neighborhood, which is 123 hectares, and that gives us our license to operate. We're a job creator, economic developer, and we have at the end of it the unique differentiator market. And it's very important to understand what that market and that market access enables and who gets access to that market. And I'm specifically going to talk about the value chain across the food sector at the V&A waterfront today. Everybody familiar with Simon Sinek's work is familiar that the companies who are purpose-driven and not just profit-driven show greater success and particularly greater consumer appreciation. Our purpose is to collectively create the world's most inspiring waterfront neighborhood, and we do so with the sustainable developments at the heart of what we do. We're committed to the sustainable development goals and track our progress and KPIs against the sustainable development goals on an annual basis. But we achieve our business strategy by looking at key societal challenges and environmental challenges that intersect with business opportunity, ensuring that we're not just looking at profit alone, but looking at what is enabled through purpose, through value for society and through value for the environment, and looking at what is critical to the V&A waterfront: food, the oceans economy, the retail sector, a strong relevance to art, culture, music and design, as well as technology and innovation, and then all the horizontals below that enables that. Specifically looking at the food sector, our vision is to develop a locally biased, authentic and culturally diverse food ecosystem that supports lives and livelihoods, as well as health and well-being. And we took a very long time to get to this food vision. We build multi-stakeholder clusters with a variety of partners in civil society, in academia, in private sector, small business, agriculture, to develop a common vision and how we can sort of drive that common vision. And I want to just spend a little bit of time talking about delivering common vision and working towards common goal, specifically related to the food system. I mentioned earlier that we sit at the market end. We've got consumers that visit the V&A waterfront every year. We've got some 80 formal eateries, another over 200 informal eateries, 13 hotels, multinational corporations that has canteens. That is consumption. We sit on the consumption end, and we've been thinking very long and hard about the impact that consumption has on the rest of the value chain. Is it local? Is it ethical? Does it support livelihoods of farmers sharing in the value that is being created at the V&A waterfront? And we've specifically been putting various different measures in place to stimulate demand, because we believe if there's better demand for local, organic, regenerative produce across our precinct, we can start looking at some of those barriers for small-scale farmers to scale. Barriers like cost effectiveness, which is, we mentioned earlier, the challenge of mass production and multinational corporations who owns the value chain today. How do we start giving small scale farmers better access to that value chain? So I'll talk a little about aggregation across our precinct, etc. Coming back to that market entry point, over 1.2 billion rand in turnover from this food category at the Vienna waterfront is generated on an annual basis. We've got over 200 food operators, and at our precinct alone, direct jobs account for about 880 direct jobs. But when we looked at sort of that food sector, and particularly the agriculture that supports that food sector, we estimate that by 2025, that value chain opportunity exceeds 20 million rand for small scale farmers. So how do we sort of shift behavior, not only amongst consumers, but amongst our tenants, to purchase and procure in a much more sustainable, local and ethical manner? And what we needed to do is look at the value chain from beginning to end, from production with small-scale farmers across urban agricultural spectrum in the city of Cape Town and surrounds, through to the waste and what is happening with organic waste. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here on some of the challenges that small-scale farmers face in accessing market, but aggregation is one of the key opportunities we saw to bring small-scale farmers closer to the market access opportunity at the Vienna waterfront. We ourselves have prototyped with urban agriculture across our precinct that it's feasible to grow hard produce across our precinct. The image you see there is actually our food garden adjacent to our office, which produced over the last year over 6 tons of fresh produce for some of our social partners. But this is also a learning space where we have a farmer education program focusing on organic and regenerative farming practices. We work with some of our soup kitchens across the peninsula that we support to give them access to land, access to tools, access to skills to grow sort of more organic and more regenerative food practices. But then we also are a hub for aggregating food produce. This year we're prototyping with building our own food hub, and the goal there is that the infrastructure we build supports the ability for restaurateurs and consumers to access produce from small-scale farmers directly. We also, in discussions with various stakeholders and with small-scale farmers, the ability to aggregate that produce and scale access to that produce is absolutely critical. So we provide the supporting infrastructure and work with a variety of partners. We've just been working with PEDI within the Philippi horticultural area, and the farmers they represent to produce and provide into the food hub and the market access point that exists at the Vienna waterfront. So that's a critical component for us. And then we also have a strong focus on food waste, all organic waste, and what that enables downstream as well. Coming to the food processing element, we also recognize that accessing this food market, this food market at the Vienna waterfront, and 2 minutes, I did not succeed. And accessing this market opportunity at the Vienna waterfront comes at a high barrier. So we created a Maker's Landing, which is a kitchen incubator. It's a commercial kitchen space where food processors can actually access a commercial kitchen space to scale their businesses that is HACCP friendly, that has a full incubation program attached to it, as well as an acceleration program. A lot of this work stemmed from our program, which is called Art of Filling the Belly, which goes beyond understanding what food enables across our precinct, but what that means up and downstream as well. And what started out as a major need at the outset of the pandemic, we actively facilitated and procured produce from small-scale farmers to give them access to market opportunity as they were struggling at the time, and allowed some of our kitchens across the precinct to cook up food that was producing and providing for the dire immediate food security need at the time. All of this is built upon the premise of job creation and economic development. We're enabled to think clearly about our local culture, about sustainability, about environmental leadership, and a strong move to empower and provide more value to those down the value chain as well. To enable thought leadership around what we have showcased here today, we've initiated a new business unit called Solving for Better Futures, and we've got some dynamic goals under our ambitious business strategy to be carbon neutral by 2035, to integrate affordable housing within our precinct, as well as to positively impact 50,000 SMMEs. And now our reason for doing this is to amplify the shared value that flows from this precinct, but value and research that can be committed to and that can facilitate replication across the peninsula, across the province, and across the country for that matter. So we facilitate multi-stakeholder groups. We work with various different institutions to drive that goal of creating better access to market for producers across various different sectors, the oceans economy as well. I'm going to wrap up. I was going to wrap up with a video, but taking into consideration my 2-minute limit, as well as the challenges we've had with sound, I'm going to skip forward and say thank you very much for the time. I hope I did come out in time, Dr. Ntombela. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to visiting Limpopo soon, Retang. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the speakers. May I then open up 2 minutes for just 2 questions or 2 reflections or 2 comments into the work that has been presented to us. While you are thinking of questions, may I invite Nosy to just give us, there's a poll that they want to run with us. As you know, that this is part of the dialogue, which will be assisting us really to deliver in terms some of those outcomes that are expected at the end of the session. If may I invite you to just select some of the answers in the screen, your screen that best fit your circumstances, and they automatically get captured on the other side. We can do that concurrently. Let me see if there's any hands that I can pick up. Nozi, is the poll finished?
All right, I'm waiting for everyone. So from now we have 41 out to 62 voted. So once everyone voted, I will launch another one and another one. So while the questions are going, so yes.
Excellent, Kancho. Please let's do that. I see the hand of Afaole. Olanifa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Facilitator. It's been a very, very interesting one so far, and thanks to all the presenters. I've got a question for Ms. Retang. She presented about tea, and I'm quite fascinated about the kind of innovation and thinking that went into, innovating this business. Is unique, It's got the component of storytelling, she mentioned the aspect of rural tourism, she mentioned tea experience. My question now is, from our own viewpoint, what's our take on the role of education and trying to, educate the new generation around this? Because when we think about business, we want it to be profitable, but you cannot have a profitable business in this sector if you're not thinking innovatively, if you're not trying to be unique, if you're not creating experiences, if you don't own a story. I think she's got this unique set of skills. How did she acquire these skills, and what is the role of education? We're not talking really about formal education or going to the university, but how can this education, what's at take in terms of the role of education in creating a kind of innovative business concept in the area of agritourism? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. May I then take it back to Ms. Pasha? I think you have caught all our excitement, and if you can provide some reflection on that.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, so it is very much a process of trying to capture now the new generation, especially when it comes to indigenous knowledge. We're basically trying to connect the knowledge of the elders with the youth. And it's just really about being innovative and keeping your finger on the pulse of trends that are currently growing within the young generation. So it's more, I wouldn't say it's really an issue of education, but more of an issue of just continuously doing research. What are the trends amongst the youth? What are platforms to communicate with the youth? What type of experiences are young people looking for? So I think it's more about keeping engaged with where the younger generation is taking us. I think that the younger generation is leading where the future is going more than anything else. And I think it's just more about keeping engaged with trends that are in the market.
Thank you very much, Ratanga. And I'm told that her tea is available for testing in the next session visually. And I would like now to introduce my two moderators for the next session. Perhaps we, while we are preparing that, I have Professor Olenia Foel, as well as Ms. Lona Maseko, who will take us into the two sessions dealing with the Chief's Manifesto, as well as the innovation and education. And I think, Prof, you were already starting to get into that, to say, how do you balance that educational platform between this, basically, if I could use the language, between the book smart and the street smart, and creating some of this innovative system on our foot. Over to you. Thank you very much. That will take us for the next 40 minutes on the session.
Thank you very much. I want to believe that my colleague, moderator, Chef Nola, is not in the house for some reason, and I'm more than happy to take over from here for the next 45 minutes. We'll be going straight into.
Sorry, Prof. She has joined.
She has joined.
Yeah. I can see she
there you go.
Already, I can see she's positioning this.
Thank you very much. You saved me a lot of stress. Thank you. All right, carry on. I look forward to your presentation.
Right. Great. Thank you so much, everybody. This is such an exciting platform to be engaging about issues that are so important to us as chefs, as farmers, as people in tourism as well. So it's an absolute honor to be with you all. My name is Lona Maseko. As mentioned before, I'm a celebrity chef, cookbook author, and get to travel around the world and do great work with the Chef's Manifesto, which is a network of chefs from over different countries, from different parts of the world, who advocate for change and food sustainability across the world. So it's really great to be joined by three amazing, incredible chefs who will be sharing some of their thoughts on agritourism and how we can bridge the gap as chefs and how we can make that all possible. So I'm going to just kick it off and start off with you, Chef Mokhadi, who's a very close friend of mine. And if you could just share with us what your role as a chef, what role you as a chef play in agritourism and how you think that could be changed or developed even further.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chef Mokhadi. Oh, are they playing the video now? Sorry,
white collar never fit clean on me. Only thing nice is the chains on me. Playing dirty, trying to switch on me. Only thing pretty is the...
Wherefore art thou from?
Where's it going?
What is it? Is it in season?
How far has this traveled?
Is that happy?
You sure you need it?
As chefs, we ask questions about food.
I've been out here wildin'. Angel on my shoulder saying about it.
Why so much plastic?
We sit between the food you eat
and how it gets to you.
I swear to God, if my
So we're getting together
From all countries,
all parts of the industry,
all walks of life,
to bring positive change to the kitchen.
We're talking soil,
carbon,
waste,
diversity,
biodiversity,
water,
accessibility.
and what have we got to say for ourselves?
plenty.
This is the Chef's Manifesto.
I've been out here wildin'.
Thank you for the introduction, Lorna. Very lovely to see everyone. Well, as part of the Chef's Manifesto, we as chefs play a key role, as you saw in the video, because we sit between the food and the farmers, the consumers and the farmers. And part of the 8 thematic areas that Chef's Manifesto focuses on is, first of all, the ingredients grown with respect for the earth and its ocean, protection of biodiversity and improved animal health, investments in livelihoods, reducing of waste and to value our natural resources, a celebration of local and seasonal ingredients, focus on plant-based ingredients, education on food safety and healthy diets, nutritious food that is accessible and affordable. So us as chefs on the Chef's Manifesto platform, we focus on these 8 thematic areas. These for us are what guide us and guide how we influence the food system. So me as Chef Mohadi, I do a lot of pop-ups and I do a lot of work around sustainable crops, but most importantly, the indigenous crops, because I feel that we as chefs, protection of biodiversity and in championing our local ingredients grown with respect of the earth, our indigenous crops fall right in there, because our indigenous crops, not only are they good for our health, most of them are nutritious, as studies have been done on nutrition and value adding. These ingredients like cowpeas, there's studies that have been done on cowpeas, and tests have been done on a lot of, all our indigenous ingredients. And us as chefs, we need to increase biodiversity on people's plates. And I find that the indigenous ingredients do that. They increase biodiversity on the plate, but also they bring into attention the health of the planet. Increased consumptions of these crops will lead to greater demand, increased production, and creation of markets that will enhance rural economies, which for me, agritourism plays a key role in that, because a lot of farms are in the rural areas or are in marginalized communities, because a lot of people that work in farms are marginalized. So it's us as chefs, it's our role to create a need and a market for these indigenous ingredients and indigenous crops. So education around the health benefits of these crops is also falls on our shoulders as cooks, chefs, farmers, and food processors. Me as Chef Mohadi, there's a platform that I do. It's called The Plate with Chef Mohadi, and we literally we're advocating for plant-based foods also, but including focusing especially on plant-based indigenous ingredients, because those are what, because they're healthy and because they're easy to grow, those are what are going to bring us health as South Africans. So for me, as a chef, that is very important to me, and I make sure that I bridge that gap. So that, as my mandate as a chef, is to bring education, but also to bring focus on indigenous ingredients. Another thing that chefs can do is to fast track the inclusion of indigenous crops in the South African food value chain. The best way is by creating seasonal dishes that focus on available indigenous ingredients. Obviously, I heard with the guy who does the SAN museum, how everyone gets excited around seasonality and the seasons and the different crops that they're finding, and both customers and the chefs get excited about that. So that for me is almost key to marketing agritourism. So not only for us is not only are indigenous ingredients just healthy for us, but they're also key for food sovereignty. And food sovereignty meaning not only do we claim the ingredients or the crops as indigenous, but also we claim the stories and the culture that is formed around those indigenous ingredients. And us as chefs, it's our role to bring the stories of the ingredients and even of the farms onto the plates. So it's very key that we create the market and the demand for the indigenous ingredients. Also, the whole thing around indigenous crops is because they are indigenous to us and they're special to us, they set us apart from other regions that might have even the same crop. For instance, with amaranth, I recently found out that it's not actually just indigenous to us, but it's actually from South America, but it has been indigenized, which means it was here way before other people, way before we, other people came. I'm not sure when the separation of continents happened, but I'm pretty sure we share the same kind of climate as South America and India, where amaranth is also grows wild there. So it's very interesting. But for me, is claiming the stories and telling them on a plate. It's very, very key for chefs to do that, because again, not only will they be marketing agritourism to that region using those indigenous ingredients, but also creating a demand. So for us, agritourism also focuses on the connection between agriculture and the people in the region. And what better way to celebrate the region than with stories that link us to the food of the region. So for me, part of what I do with my platform, The Plate, is I focus on plant-based ingredients, indigenous ingredients. So what I do is that as part of a menu, we'll have a main indigenous ingredient that we then use in different ways. That way, showcasing the ingredient, but also teaching people that there's different ways you can eat this. There's different ways you can use and enjoy the ingredient. For us, by championing sustainable agriculture on the plate. So for me, things like nguni beef, our vendor chickens, nguni goats, the Karoo lamb. All those ingredients are indigenous to us. And these animals are not only indigenous, but they're also climate friendly. They're adaptable to South African climate. So they don't pose a threat, and they don't pose a threat to nature. They don't pose a threat with methane gases as feedlogged cattle would. So it's very imperative that we as chefs actually advocate for the use of proper and regenerative agriculture. So it's for us, we are the link basically between consumers and the farmers. And as soon as we start to use our indigenous and our sustainable produce, only then will obviously the farmers then create the market, grow or farm those indigenous ingredients, thereby supplementing the demand. So the integration should also include production of value-added healthy products, because according to the research that Afrilux did, healthy foods and healthy snacks are key to travelers who want to experience a region. So for us as chefs, there lies an opportunity there to create those products that are ready to eat, that use these crops and ingredients. So for instance, cowpeas and didro, which is, I think didro is bambara nuts. They're packed with nutrients, fiber, protein, and we could make things like burgers, falafels. So us as chefs need to create the excitement around those ingredients. And that's what I do when I do my pop-up. So agritourism is key in promoting the local hospitality industry. And as you know, the hospitality industry was really hit by COVID-19. And it also accounts for the livelihoods of a lot of people in most rural communities. So for the livelihoods of farmers, for the livelihoods of processors in that area, they support that agritourism space. So for us as chefs, we need to create that market. And it's indigenous ingredients are a key driver of employment for women, youth. The inclusion of these crops ensures sustainable employment for both farmers and hospitality industry. So that's what I do around indigenous crops and around indigenous ingredients. And I also feel that, talking about indigenous ingredients and food sovereignty go hand in hand. And as key stakeholders, chefs are very key in bringing education around these ingredients and also bringing the need. So for instance, if you look, I'm going to talk about rooibos because it's just gotten protection. The EU protection has been awarded the status of geographical indication in the European value chain. So for me, it's a good indication that our indigenous crops are highly sought after by the world and enjoy status about quality, reliability, and sustainability. Everything that spells a sustainable food system. So if we create the need and we create products and we make it easy for people to access these nutritious indigenous crops, then us as chefs, we would have played our role in transforming this agritourism food system. Lorna, I think you are muted.
Thank you. I was going to say, Mahadi, thank you so much for sharing some of your insights. I think you've mentioned some important points there about sustainability, about the quality of our produce. And I think another important note is about making the food sexy so that it's appealing for everybody, both globally and locally. Coming to you, Chef Scar, I know you are doing some amazing things in Lesotho. Could you talk to us about the importance of working directly with farmers and elaborate on that a little bit?
Hello, good day, everybody. Thank you, Lorna. In Lesotho, as a chef, obviously, I have found that it's very important to work with the farmers and small-scale producers in my area. Obviously, by doing that, I find that I get that the sense of ownership over the produce I get from them. And also, I'm able to discuss my kitchen requirements, what's in season, and if I've got any menu changes, I'm able to interact with the farmer and find out what I can obviously get from them. And obviously knowing where my food comes from, obviously as well, makes marketing easier. So I'm able to promote the dishes. I'm able to promote the produce. And also, I find that I'm able to identify what the producer has in excess of. For instance, if they've got excess produce of some type of produce, I am able to discuss with them and see how I can incorporate it in my dishes, on my menus, obviously, because we're trying to tackle this food waste issue, which is an issue, a global issue. And also I'm able to get, obviously, the freshest produce, and obviously cutting out the middlemen as well. It means that I get it at reasonable prices as well, at reasonable rates. And I'm able to obviously champion that into my menu. Now, in terms of how farmers are supported to be part of a sustainable food chain, as highlighted by the video that was played in the beginning of this session, the Chef Manifesto video, and also by my colleagues. Obviously, I, as a chef as well, I also act on these 8 thematic areas that we as the Chef's Manifesto chefs pledged that where we will obviously act on, like obviously celebration of local and seasonal foods. We're talking about nutritious food that is accessible for all, protection of biodiversity, and obviously investing in livelihoods as well. So basically what we found is when we're working in silos, we don't have that much impact. That is why hence we have the Chefs Manifesto, because now as a network of chefs from all over the world, the impact is higher, and obviously we are able to see results. And secondly, okay, travelers, both local and international travelers, want to experience local, authentic food in their travels. And as a chef, I'm always looking for innovative ways to provide unique, memorable experiences for them. I am part of a team that organized what we call the Seboku Meat Festival. We had it in 2019. This festival basically was to identify ways of working with farmers, working with chefs, working with other stakeholders in the food industry to see how we can work together to bring back what we call the Seboku meat back into the market. Seboku is a type of red grass that grows wildly in the mountains of Lesotho. What happens is, because it's very nutritious, our livestock actually feed on the grass. And by the livestock feeding on the grass, it ends up the meat obviously from the livestock. I'm talking about your sheep, I'm talking about goats, I'm talking about cows. They obviously, the meat has a unique flavor and taste, which is really enjoyed by locals. So obviously with the festival, we were actually reintroducing it into the market, working with farmers, and also attracting other people and saying, look, this is what we have, and this is what we can get in the market. It was very successful, and obviously we're still working on it now, and we have Lesotho at the moment. Now we are also working on the narrative labeling of our food products, which is another project that I am really participating in. This is basically all about quality of products, quality of produce. How do you express quality? I mean, how do you articulate it? And I think one way, by telling the story. Mm-hmm. If you tell the story about a food product, obviously then you'll understand the quality, the value and the quality of that very same product. So I'm involved in this project with the RSDA, which is the Rural Self-Help Development Association, for narrative labeling of our food products. My role really there, and my contribution, is to ensure that precise information about our local products is narrated. I'm talking about their origin. I'm talking about the history behind it. I'm talking about the type of breeds. I am talking about cultivation methods or techniques. I'm talking about preparation or serving suggestions. So obviously I find that these are the stories that travelers or consumers really want to hear. And farmers and small scale producers, I believe their stories must be heard, their stories must be told. Mm-hmm. They are doing the most amazing work out there with limited resources to make sure that we have food on our plates on a daily basis. So just like the narrative labeling, I think IFAD launched a coffee table book recently, which is called The People Behind Your Plate. And that book actually shares such stories. It shares the stories of the small scale producers, their faces, their resilience, and their dignity. And obviously, just paging through the book, one is inspired to visit these communities where these food champions are based. So we need more initiatives like this to promote the wonderful work being done. In conclusion, everything I have mentioned answers to the consumer's demands. Vibrant markets will be created. I mean, markets colored by rich history, traditions, identity, authenticity, and obviously complemented by our region's beautiful and dramatic landscapes. Incentives, and I mean, this will also provide well-deserved incentives to farmers and producers to produce more. Innovation and value addition to existing products will also increase, and obviously in the end boosting the local economy. And investing in agritourism will obviously directly is obviously directly investing in the livelihoods of these people. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think you've mentioned some important points there, and I love the fact that you bring it back to the stories behind the food, and I think when you eat and you get told about the behind the scenes of how everything came to this plate, it makes the food just that much tastier. Thank you so much, Chef Ska. Now, Chef Pinky, let's talk about your role as somebody who works for a big corporate like Unilever. Let's touch on some points about the importance of working with food processors and influencing the type of food that is put to the market. If you could kindly just elaborate and just share some stories with us regarding that.
No, definitely. Sorry, people, I've changed to my phone because my laptop just gone because of load shedding. So I couldn't try to put a rename on the screen. I just don't want to miss anything. So food processors, I think the importance of working with food processors is that the food processors are an important subsector in the broader manufacturing sector in South Africa. And they are
Sorry.
Chef Pinky.
Yeah, thank you.
Chef Pinky, are you still there?
Oh, I was unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, you may, please.
Okay, all right. So as I was saying, 70% of raw materials needed for the food processing sector are sourced locally. And this sector holds a lot of opportunities for South Africa, with products being exported both across the continent and the continent of Africa and worldwide. The agri-food processing industry can be linked to many different agricultural production and farming models inside the whole of South Africa. And as well as, they take the ingredients to the wholesale and retail sector, both on trade and off-trade distribution. And, the food processors bring diversity because they offer greater variety in foods and therefore increases the consumer's choice. And more big food processors made public actions and are actively pursuing, concrete policies aimed at reducing their environmental impact and improving sustainability. And I mean, I can make an example with my company. We have launched the Knorr Future 50 ingredients, and educating everybody that this is what we do and this is what the world needs to do to have a sustainable food system, because we keep on eating one crop, and in 2050 we won't have nothing left. So, and now as chefs, this is where we come in. We help people to educate them about these different crops and ingredients that they are not used to. Some of them they know, like Bambara groundnut. When they said Bambara groundnut was one of the Knorr Future 50, I said, what is that? But if they mention those with their original, in South Africa, they are indigenous names. For now, when I grew up, it was Diklo Marap. If you say Diklo Marap, I can relate. I would know what you're talking about. So maybe what needs to be done is just say what it is in our language and put a bracket in English so that for other people who don't understand our language, so that they can also relate. And we're also doing something that is called swapping. Your traditional meals, like your beef stew, your cottage pie. You can call them almost all the traditional dishes that people eat from Monday to Monday. We're swapping them. So instead of having a cottage pie, have a 3-bean cottage pie. So you put lentils, you put chickpeas, you put beans, instead of, so you would be swapping your meat, and you would also reducing 80 to 20% of the animal product. So if we continue to modify and manage the food processing industry to reduce the emissions and energy consumption and to improve sustainability, I think we are on the right track. And they can also initiate process of involving small scale farmers into the value chains. And I think this is the most important thing, because the small scale farmers, they are critical to local and regional food systems. They also provide a foundation for a more resilient food system. So we shouldn't take small scale farmers as big corporations, and we are big food processors. We only want to deal with the big industrial agri farmers. So we need to also involve them. And mind you, when it comes to chefs, more and more chefs are also doing something called farm to fork. They want to go to the small scale farmer and get ingredients there, choose it from the ground, and then put it on the plate for the consumers to be able to consume this fresh ingredients that they got from the farms. So it is a very important thing to work with the food processors, because at the end of the day, they also ensure information about the origin of raw materials is there as a rule, and as a result, the products and the raw materials appear on the market. Because without them putting it on our goods that we buy from the retail, we wouldn't know the origin, we wouldn't know what's inside. So they definitely play a big role in the whole system. And then how do they influence the type of food that is put out on the market? I think for me, there's a lot of changes in consumer behavior. And as the food processors also become innovative, but they are also looking at trends out there. People are on Instagram, Twitter, they are posting dishes, and you can see that this is trending. And so they will innovate and make products in relation to what they see trending out there. And people have a preference for healthy products that are low in sodium, low in calories, that are free of additives. The diets now, people want lactose-free, gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian, plant-based. So the food processors also need to, climb on the bandwagon and make sure that they supply these, products to our consumers. So it's just a matter of supply and demand, but a need to know where the products were processed or grown. People are very interested in, and I think the food processors come into play with it. And then when we talk about the raw materials, where do they source their raw materials? I think in South Africa, raw materials are mainly sourced by South African agriculture, with imports being easily available through kind of like a fairly efficient logistic infrastructure where necessary. But consideration when coming to sourcing raw materials needs to be looked at. Let's take, for instance, local versus import sourcing of raw ingredients. There are advantages to both streams of goods. Review the financial benefits as well as the risk associated with small suppliers. Growth may be challenged if the supplier of materials does not allow for larger production schedules. So it's very important that we also, make way for the small scale farmers and the small scale producers to also play in the market, so that we can have more and the prices are reduced. And I think the most important thing when it comes to sourcing the materials is making sure that the suppliers are compliant and they have necessary certificates. And I think the key challenges when it comes to processed food is that people, perceive that processed food is junk and all of this. But why do we process food? We process food to make food more edible, palatable, and safe, and to preserve it so it can be eaten beyond the harvest season. But although the nutrient value of food is almost always altered by the kind of processing it goes or it undergoes. So some processing techniques deplete the nutrients from the food. But other processing techniques such as fermentation, freezing fruits and vegetables can preserve the nutrients after they are harvested. So careful processing and storage will help retain the nutrients in our food and making them healthier for the consumer. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We've literally run out of time, but I just want to quickly ask all the chefs to just give me 15 seconds in just rounding it up for us in seeing how do we remove food classism when it comes to agritourism and these amazing products and produce that we've spoken about, that everybody feels like these are great products that you should try and that people should want to enjoy and have in a beautiful, sexy and tasty way. We'll start with you, Chef Pinky, since you kind of were the last speaker right now.
Sure. I think the first thing is education. I think for me, I start with the culinary students because they are the future of the chef of, the future chefs of the world. So when we start there and we introducing these ingredients, by the time they go to the hotels, they need to, they will be able to implement what we have started doing. But another thing is that the curriculum actually doesn't allow, there is nowhere in the curriculum for being a professional chef that involves indigenous plant-based and stuff like that. So I think the CAT CETA and the CETAs need to make it, official that for you to qualify, you need to have done this and this and this.
I love that. I love that. Now, Chef Scar, 15 seconds, just your thoughts around that. Okay, I think we've lost Chef Scar. Chef Mokgadi, just to wrap it up.
What Chef Pinky has said, and I would also like to say that obviously invest in education. Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm just going to add on to what Chef Pinky said about investing in education for chefs. Because obviously chefs are the ones that drive innovation. They drive the demand for food products, and they obviously influence what we eat. And obviously, as a chef as well, I would like to see culinary schools customized for the African chef. I would like to see African cuisine included in the curriculum. It should actually be it should be a compulsory module for every African chef. And if we do that, I promise you, chefs will be the best custodians of their food and culture.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And Chef Mokgadi, your thoughts?
Well, I think, chefs need to champion indigenous ingredients, regenerative agriculture by telling the story of the farmers and the community on the plate. We need more chefs to learn about these ingredients. So education is key. And also by helping farmers with processing, even skills, processing skills where farmers can learn how to use the surplus produce to add value, to add high value products into the system, to also create demands for these ingredients that, would be international tourists coming into the country want proper, authentic experiences. And we as custodians of the indigenous knowledge especially around food and rituals and culture, we as chefs need to bring that. We need to learn. And the only way we bring that to the plate is if we learn. So we ourselves need to go to school and understand what we've got to offer and bring that to the plate, because that's how we get everyone excited, and that's how we bring back these indigenous ingredients, these healthy ingredients back into the food value system chain. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. This has been so insightful. I'm sure everybody that's listening has picked up little nuggets from our conversation. Someone said chefs don't speak, they just put their hearts on a plate. But I think after today, we definitely know that chefs do have a voice and do have something to say. And that wraps up our session. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'd like to hand over to Ola, who will be moderating the next session.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you. I agree with you. Chefs do speak. They speak and they speak very loudly. And one of the things that was very clear in this conversation is the role of education and also the role farmers actually play in the food supply chain. I have with me two colleagues. I'll call them by their first name. I have Tutu with me, and I have Kesa with me, Emma Kesa. Emma is in the academic sector. She's a director of a very cool center. She will tell us a little bit about that. And I also have Tutu. Tutu is a farmer. She's an advocate. She has this passion for farm to fork and all this cool idea. So one thing that is we're gonna be learning from them is the role they actually play in the agritourism sector. They will tell us about the challenges they're facing and also the opportunities. And I will also go ahead and ask specific questions as we go along. Let me start with Tutu. Tutu, can you tell us a little bit about what you do, how it's fitting into this space of agritourism, and how you actually see yourself as an important entity in terms of food transformation? Thank you.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me start greeting all stakeholders that are here, program director, and really all protocol observed. My agripreneur activities really started with my love for meat, right? I'm an agripreneur with development transformation roles within the sector. And that was influenced by my background, my upbringing, and my challenges, mainly as a new participant in the beef value chain. So that combination really sparked the development activist in me and have dedicated my efforts and time towards achieving sizable contribution and sustainable participation for women in agribusiness.
Awesome. Thank you. I like it. Very, very brave. And then would you go ahead and tell us a little bit about the opportunities? You say, Jeanette told us about the opportunity in terms of the prospect for growth in South Africa. What's your take about the opportunities in your space, and how can we actually leverage that? Tell us a little bit about that. And of course, some challenges.
Prof, there's a lot of opportunities, right, within the sector, particularly in the agritourism. But sadly, most of them are in what is identified as informal sector in rural and peri-urban areas. That on its own should challenge all stakeholders to get together, enhance these informal trade arrangements in the context of exploiting local value chains, food security, and job creation. So I know our program director, Dr. Ndombela, always caution us with the contribution of these sectors in our GDP, which I fully agree. Given the activities under various commodities like wildlife value chain, apiculture, beadwork, cotton, agronomy, protein commodities like meat, and many more. And that on its own brings massive opportunities in the form of street vendors selling offal, selling your traditional outfits like I'm wearing today. These are made by rural women. And if you look at the flow of tourists globally, all of them want a piece of what we eat and what we wear. So we have really an opportunity there that we provide sufficient support, enhance their participation, and really make sure that they are contributing towards the job creation that, I mean, we've just received the stats, doesn't look good at all. So we need really to make sure that we come up with or we action on the strategies that are there that seeks to enhance participation of rural and peri-urban communities, particularly women and young people. And another perfect example of these informal arrangements is right back at home where I'm coming from in Eastern Cape. There are areas where there are women who are selling what we call half scop. Simply put, it's a sheep head or ox head. I mean, we indulge in that. And if you look at the elite areas of Sandton with your chefs, this comes as a niche kind of product that can also be elevated. I appreciated one of the chefs when she mentioned that we need to start appreciating our indigenous food. And that exactly, it should be included as in the curriculum of the chefs as well, because they mustn't think that they can only define themselves through the Western kind of foods. There's a need for us to work together and elevate indigenous food. So these are the opportunities that are there. Now, the challenges, in the interest of time, I'll just mention a few. It's lack of targeted support, right? What do I mean by that? The policies that are really looking at providing an able environment for sustainable participation of farmers. I mean, through our partnership with FANAPAN, we are able to work on policy advocacy that enables us to interrogate these policies, measure their effectiveness, and propose alternatives. And the issue of land, I'll just mention a few, land tenure issues, because without then sizable land access to these women, we are unable to really practice the agritourism activities. So we need to make sure that we raise awareness, particularly on the traditional councils, which are the custodians of land, that they need to appreciate the value that these land, the communities possess. And the second one would be a funding model. I'm happy that Standard Bank has really embraced and support us. We need a funding model that really talks to the different categories of farmers that we have on the ground, so that we can gradually elevate them to the commercial space. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely, I agree with you. And that fits into the whole picture of, how the whole value chain is linked and complex, I will move on to Hema now. Hema, I remember in December 2019, we met and I asked you, what's this food evolution laboratory? What? You told me it's a virtual lab. I was like, what? This is not possible. How can you operate a virtual lab in an academic sector? Tell us a little bit about what you do, how it fits into this space of agritourism, and tell us the need, because you're going virtual. That means you can actually network with virtually everybody in the world, so to speak. Tell us the role of collaboration in your space and how we can use that to promote agritourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Can you hear me? Okay, so FEARL stands for the Food Evolution Research Laboratory. It's a multidisciplinary research lab. It's positioned in the School of Tourism and Hospitality at UJ. The lab focuses around research that's around evolution of food. So we look at the understanding and the change of the eating patterns of the consumers. That is, like, I'm so glad the chefs have mentioned a lot of the points the chefs made. We're actually doing research on those type of things. And I think it's really very exciting. So from traditional diets, that includes indigenous foods, to the Western diets, and that includes, again, we spoke about processed, now we're talking about ultra-processed foods. And this is also part of the nutrition transition that we're seeing in this country that has led to malnutrition and hence the NCDs. FEARL also focuses on healthy eating in communities, job creation, skills development. By the way, we actually offer short learning programs as well. So let's go to the virtual part. I think that was the exciting part for us, is that when Ola came to me and he asked me about the lab being virtual, and he couldn't understand it at first because there's no microscopes, there's no equipment. It was just an office, but it's a research lab. So what we do is everything is done via technology. So we have our meetings via technology. The research is done through technology as well, online. A lot of our research is conducted online as well. And going forward, we're actually looking at VR and XR technologies to be incorporated into our research. So a lot of virtual reality will be happening where, because of COVID, it's made fieldwork very difficult into the fields of food environments and so on. So with the use of taking 3D videos and taking it back to the lab where we view it through using devices of virtual reality, one can get into the field just by sitting in the lab. So that we're finding very exciting. And this field deals with a lot of different clusters. And our clusters all deal with what was mentioned today. Food away from home, which could be anything from schools to corporates to university students to a whole lot of populations. And we're looking at indigenous foods. That's a big project of ours, and a lot others. Because we're positioned in the School of Tourism and Hospitality, a lot of the research is around tourism, and a lot of the research is around hospitality. And Phil's research falls a little bit more on the hospitality side because of the nutrition part of it. And then hospitality being the subsector of tourism, there is accommodation management. We spoke about farm stays earlier, where it used to be incorporated into the tourism modules. But then we have culinary and nutrition, food and beverage, and all that also links into agritourism, especially when it comes to accommodation and food, and when food is served. As we heard from Jeanette's talk earlier today, the consumer or the traveler wants healthier foods. And that's what we're trying to promote: healthy lifestyles, healthy foods for the traveler, for the consumer. And due to COVID,
Emma, are you there? Can you hear me? Is it just from my side? Or is it Emma?
Yes, I think it's on her side because it was freezing as well. Yes.
Okay. I'm back. She's gonna join us and continue. Let me move to Ntutu. You mentioned earlier a little bit about how we can address some of the challenges. You see, I believe we have policymakers in the room and they are listening. What would be your first three priority areas in terms of where policy interventions are actually needed in this space? Can you just tell us real quick so that they can hear what you're saying, and perhaps this can go into the report that we will document, and then perhaps they can action these areas.
Thank you, Prof. The main key, which cut across in all activities of the value chain, both horizontal and vertical integration, is the land access. Land access in the context of land tenure, land utilization, it simply means right from the local policies, we should be able to come into agreement in terms of making sure that there's sizable access given to young people and women. And I know in South Africa at national level, there's a framework already that has been there, but the lack of implementing that framework, particularly in local municipalities and the rural communities, has been a challenge. But however, I need to appreciate the effort and time that is being given to prioritize this issue. So there is a light at the end of the dark tunnel at the end of the day. And I must say, it is true voices like Afasa Women that we've managed to really break the barriers in that context. And the second one is the funding model. Like I said, Standard Bank under Ukinelwe, which is on the panel, is the only bank that has accepted and endorsed and fully support Afasa Women in the sector. And really looking at what are the categorized intervention that can help us. So my plea is other commercial banks as well to look at how best can they intervene in the context of the developing and small scale farmers in the sector, because as it stands now, their funding model is only assisting the fully fledged commercial participants. It is not considering the new role players, which is not consistent to opening up the sector to the new participants. And number three is the market intelligence. We're fortunate as well with the National Agricultural Marketing Council. They've embraced us and assist us to make sure that the regulatory framework in terms of standards and compliance is relaxed so that new entrants can participate, particularly when you talk of entertaining the local value chains. You need not to frustrate them and let them subscribe to the commercial standard of participating in the sector. You need to appreciate how they value and how they choose to exploit these market opportunities within their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Emma, are you back? I think she's not back. We might have to wrap up. One question though, back to Ntutu, and this is very, very important. We are saying that we want participation of youth and next generation. Do you think what you do is attractive enough or can actually attract youth into your space? Do you think it's profitable enough, or we can actually youth can actually think of moving to the rural sector to actually take up these opportunities that you have highlighted?
Thanks, Prof. You see, the word attractive enough sometimes for me is challenging, because remember, these opportunities should also be coupled with the passion and the responsibilities. If it was just about being attractive, I think we'll all be pilots or doctors and all these fancy professions. So much as there's an opportunity, it should be appealing to you, but that appeal must be driven by your passion, your dedication, your commitment, and the responsibility that comes with running any type of business. Having said that, in the context of South Africa, the issue was that before '94, the participation of a farm or of being a farmer, particularly in Black people, was, our parents and grandparents grew up seeing this as a form of slavery, because this is where the extreme kind of child labor was being practiced. So we are in a generation where our parents did not really link the bank balance with the farming activities, because they were there treated unfairly as farm workers. But the new generation now, it needs to be certain and be kind of, we need to build their confidence to understand that extensive hard labor does equate to bank balance. So I think there's still kind of a transformation mindset that needs to take place there, so that they can appreciate that the opportunities. And I mean, in light of technology as well, young people like to play along with these things. We can utilize them and make them attractive in that context, that you can utilize technology to make sure that you participate in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the fact you mentioned the word behavior. I think it's an important aspect. We have to cultivate the behavior and the passion, for the youth to actually be able to be successful in this field. You know what? Emma is not back yet, but she's going to join the breakout group 4 on Farm Fresh, the next generation. Now we're going to give her some time to actually contribute and make known our points in that breakout group. So on this note, I would like to hand over to the facilitator. I really enjoyed the conversation. I want to thank Ntutu and Emma Kesa also in her absence. And thanks for the opportunity for the convener of this great seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much to the facilitator and the other moderators. And thank you for the speakers for that very exciting session that we had. We are now moving into the next session where we're trying to really learn from the work that is done by different institutions. But I am told that some of the attendees are also struggling because of load shedding. And I would like us to just take 30 seconds if you can put all our videos and take a group photo. And I will give Kanto just 30 seconds so we can be able. So I see Jeanette is positioning herself, getting a smile. Let me just ask everyone that Ntutu is also back, just to, if we can all just turn our cameras for a second, and we'll be taking that photo. So we're dealing with also the issues of governance now, so we are able to show.
All right, so everyone put your best smile. It's gonna take a bit 5 seconds for me to take everyone. So switch on your video if you can. Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Looking good. Thank you. And the last one. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Sifiso.
Thank you very much, that's Ranto. I'm just excited to see some of the pictures and some of the person we haven't seen in a while we engage in this virtual life on a daily basis. We are now moving into an exciting session where we will be having some of the insight from the likes of the National Development Agency, and I think they've already started talking about the issues of the youth and how we get involved. And I have Miss Tamo Zobe. I hope she is present. If I could see Ms. Tamo or her representative, if we can just show with a show of hand. And I also have Ginelwe Naliane from the agribusiness, from Standard Bank Agribusiness Division, the manager there. I hope she is here. I know she also one of the people that are struggling because of load shedding. I also have Dr. Brave Mbisale, a country representative from the FAO. Welcome, sir. I also have Mr. Tandubu Mkurwa from the city of Johannesburg, the city of gold. We'll be telling also about all their work. As we know, it forms a very strong center of agritourism in the center. Can I then allow them 5 minutes each, and in the order of starting with the NDA, and then after that we'll give others to provide theirs, and then maybe we can have an opportunity for the sessions for the 2 or 3 questions after they've all presented. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Mzobe. Kolile, I hope you are talking on behalf of Mzobe, and seems like your mic is muted.
Oh, sorry. Kolile Brukwe. I'm talking. Oh, sorry. Just a minute, please. Oh, I'm Kolile Brukwe. I represent Mr. Mzobe, the CEO of NDA. Ours is going to be our contribution towards the food security priority or the strategy of the country, South Africa. NDA is providing funding to civil society organizations throughout the country. It's its main mandate in the fight against poverty. So in that contribution, we assist in subsistence and primary farming. So the greater aim is to contribute towards job creations that lies at the center of all our interventions, particularly around agricultural programs that are able to even increase staff intake over the peak seasons. The challenge we have around that area is the linkages to markets that remains a challenge for us, as the supply normally stretch the demand, or the mismatch of required requirements based on seasonal demands. Then there are issues of water and land. There are also issues of contributing factors to the success of the funded projects by the NDA. But as part of the social development portfolio, which includes the social development, SASSA, and NDA, the SASSA provides financial support to NDA funded projects by buying fresh produce that gets incorporated into food parcels that we distribute as part of the social relief of distress, and that assisted much during the COVID-19 pandemic period. So around those developments that we get involved in, we have 2 case studies as a success of our cooperatives. The first one is in Cape Town. We call it the Moya Wekaya Cooperative, which is based in Khayelitsha. It produces herbs mushrooms and special produce to supply to the Mount Nelson Hotel, our top hotel in the Western Province. It provides opportunities and partnerships for all of us in the primary agriculture to work together so that we ensure that these are sustainable going forward. The second case study is around Limpopo province, Chilimangana Agricultural Cooperatives in the Musina local municipality, where farmers crop together and then they produce jam, tomatoes, maize, beetroot, herbal squash, maize, cabbage, spinach, and watermelons. They also go and do livestock farming. And currently we have about 160 goats and plus minus 900 pigs. And then these are based in Toyando. But from Limpopo, they produce and share the supplies with other markets, including the Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market, the Toyando Pick and Pay, your Tiger Brands, the Form of All Joy, and other schools around those areas, and to hawkers that sell those things beyond the Limpopo areas. So in a nutshell, those are our two case studies around the interventions we make in our communities in the form of our cooperatives. Thanks, Sanele. I'll pause there for now.
And thank you very much, Mr. Progre. Over to you, Ms. Nalian.
Thank you, Dr. Ntombela. I'm in the dry cave because of load shedding. I hope I'm quite audible and people can see me. I'm just going to talk in the nutshell Standard Bank's role in this sector. Just to start, our approach really from Standard Bank's side, we look at the whole ecosystem. It's like an end-to-end model. So what does that mean for agritourism? It means we start with looking at the primary business, right? Which is more about food production at the farm level. And we also look at processing. Then we look at the agritourism part of it, the tourism part of it that the client is incorporated into the business. But then before I talk about how do we actually do that, I just want to emphasize on some critical success factors for the clients that we've seen from experience. In-depth planning is very important because our farmers, they are experts in their own craft. They are very good at farm business. But then if you're looking to expand in agritourism, it's a different industry, right? It needs different skills. So what I want to emphasize is the importance of doing your homework, understanding that what is it that is different about your business? What is it that is different you feel that you can sell, right? And what is the target market? Because there you are selling experience. It's a service industry. You are selling customer service, so which has to be excellent. So I just want to emphasize that before you put your money in it, just go and do the homework, make sure that you have the right skills. Then on top of that, for us, we really we've seen traction in agritourism, and we're happy for farmers to really embark on this journey. Why I'm saying that? Because it provides opportunities for diversifying your income streams, and you can spread your risk. And that's very good because then it helps you to manage your cash flow cycles. But then when you do that, you have to have the right expertise. You have to have the right skills. If you don't have the skills, make sure that you know who's in the business, who are your competitors, even the complementary ones, so that you can partner with them. Now, coming back to how Standard Bank really services the sector, our model is relationship-based. So we believe in having quite, if I can use this word for lack of a better word, we believe in having an intimate relationship with our clients, where the bank provides a relationship manager who sits with the client. They understand your business. They understand what are your future plans. That you say, okay, I'm a wine farmer and my plan is that I want to establish a restaurant on my farm. I want people to come and experience how the whole production works and how we bottle our wines, and maybe provide wine tasting opportunities where people can even order the wine before it's even bottled. So we've seen some of our clients doing that, and we are really integrated into the industry, and we do support those initiatives. So we provide a relationship manager who understands what are your ambitions, right? And help you make sure that we have tailor-made financial solutions, whether you want to buy land, whether it's about working capital, or you need funds to build a farm stay, like accommodation, if you're thinking of a B&B on your farm, so that people can experience. And because in some farms you find that they do strawberry picking, some they are providing like farm museums, so people can stay over the weekend, they enjoy the food, where they can go and go into the field and pick up their own produce, which can be cooked for them. So we really invested in the industry, but I want to emphasize that you really need a reliable financial partner. And while I'm emphasizing on that, I'm also saying, but before you put money in it, it's expansion child's money before you get the returns. Just make sure that the foundation is right. You understand the industry, you understand who are the role players, right? So that you can have the competitive advantage. Because there's really a lot of opportunities in agritourism, and we are open for that business. So without taking too much time, Dr. Ntombela, I think that's all I just want to emphasize, that we are open for business, and people really like saying, but then as a commercial bank, there's always requests for collateral and you want on contribution. Yes, definitely. But then we take you on the journey and we say, let's work on a viable business model. And if we see that there is lack of security or lack of own contribution, the bank has other interventions that are available. And I don't think people are aware of that, because we have an enterprise development which focuses on small-scale farmers. If you want to venture into that industry, but you have inadequate security, inadequate capital, but you have a viable business plan, we're able to refer you to the enterprise development that can come on board and say, we can pledge this much on the percentage of your security. So it's just more about engage us, talk to us, so that you can find out what are the available interventions from the bank. So without wasting more time, I hope I've covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kinele. That was very helpful. And I think the very last point to say there are alternatives to those collateral that the bank usually look. I think that's a very helpful point. May I then give it to Dr. Ndesale?
Yes, thank you very much. And good afternoon. Will you excuse me, moderator, because I will have to switch on my video. I'm on the field mission in Limpopo. And so I'm in a room where there could be some distraction. So to avoid distraction, I'm going to close my video and I'll speak without it. So I hope you don't mind. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought I should start by actually informing the forum that FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, is a knowledge organization. It does provide globally, regional, and at country level technical assistance, policy assistance, but also enhancing capacity and strengthening capacities of institutions and of member states and stakeholders. Now, with respect to this topic, which I congratulate the convener, it's very timely and topical. FAO supports countries, about 193 countries globally, towards the effort of transforming agri-food systems that are inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, and investing in agri-tourism according to FAO and at the global level, and of course, working with countries, we've realized that agritourism would be a solution to address the social, economic, and environmental pillars towards achieving Agenda 2020. And because of this important subject matter, last year in September 2020, the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization and the Director General of the World Tourism Organization did agree to actually team up and have a memorandum of understanding that is going to promote sustainable tourism in rural areas, which is inclusive of agritourism, ecotourism, pesa tourism, which is involving the fishing tourism, with the aim of supporting rural economies and conserving the ecosystem. And so the new partnership has aimed to foster innovation and entrepreneurship to drive sustainable development and strengthening livelihoods in the rural areas. And so there are three particular areas that have been focusing mostly. From the economic side, tourism in the rural areas can play a pivotal role in supporting rural economies, income, diversification of farmers, job creation, and raising public awareness of the significance of rural areas for food security. And noticing that COVID-19 hit the tourism sector harder, the impact had been dire. And so the thought was through agritourism, this would be an opportunity to build back better by actually enhancing on more sustainable, more fair and promoting rural destinations and create resilience, livelihoods and benefiting farmers, of course, and the rural communities. And also, more importantly, create new demands, markets for their products and their services. Thirdly, it is in the area of managing the environment for the conservation of local biodiversity and maintenance of beautiful landscapes. So there has been, and more, we've observed the need to restore the damaged ecosystem now, more than ever. And so sustainable agri-tourism can help conserve the ecosystem. And I think this speaks to a lot of what was said earlier on today. So the restoration of ecosystems also is very much fundamental to address the issues of climate change, of course, of poverty eradication, food security, water, and biodiversity of conservation. And I'm glad that we are talking within the sphere of the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration from 2020 to actually 2030. Now, in terms of actually, the fourth one was actually, we should work to preserve, and I'm very happy that I think the chefs talked to this issue, preserve, promote, and protect a culinary sector and the cultural heritage. And in doing this, FAO and the tourism organization actually are promoting global important agricultural heritage sites, which we call them GIAS, which actually would demonstrate and promote the outstanding landscapes, the beauty, but also bringing in the combining of agri-biodiversity, resilience, and ecosystem. Through this, we are promoting the local economies. But the GIAS initiative at the global level, where if South Africa could actually have sites demonstrated and actually showcased, it also promotes markets, not only locally in South Africa, but also globally of what is happening locally here. So that is also one way they would want to promote this. And actually the second element was fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, which actually has been spoken to quite a lot from the session this afternoon. And the drive this of the organization is very much how do we bring in sustainable development and economic opportunities to strengthen a livelihood and focusing most particularly on the youth and women, particularly in the rural areas and especially in the agricultural community. The particular focus also has come more into the pesa tourism, which is also agritourism. But this is the new type of tourism of promoting sustainable fisheries for offering visitors the experience of fishing activities firsthand. It's open, it's healthy, it's good for well-being. The uniqueness also for this partnership, it is actually to focus on developing solutions and a solution to facilitate access to local farmers, food producers, to global markets. As I've indicated, the GIAS could be one way of promoting that. Also bring in the creating new experience and fostering networks and establishing public-private sector and alliances. And FAO is good at really bringing a platform to bring all the stakeholders and discuss issues for shared vision for effective and impactful delivery. Also focusing, and since I've indicated FAO is a knowledge organization, focus very much on knowledge dissemination of what actually can be support, provide support at country or even institutions that are working in this area, and give guidance to develop and manage sustainable tourism through promoting good practices. What, for example, is happening in Latin America that actually can also be learned in South Africa? What are the smart solutions and innovations, whether it's digital innovations, that digitalization in management of tourism, in promoting and marketing in rural tourism? How do we learn from others that have used digital technology to be able to bring and advance the products in rural tourism while conserving the national, the traditional values of the countries? So these are some of the initiatives that have been done. Of course, as I've indicated, coordination of different stakeholders, since this tourism brings on the table different stakeholders. So FAO has the capacity of working with multi-stakeholder engagements through the food system transformation, but particularly for agri-food system, the coordination would be good in actually mapping out who are the actors within the agri-tourism sector, but also who are the supporting entities in the ecosystem of the subsector, putting together complementary resources in terms of financing and human and of course material resources, but also within the coordination arena of different stakeholders and networking, how do we and then address issues of inclusiveness, mutual trust, minimizing tension, because business can be competitive. How do you minimize those? How do you avoid power asymmetries between different partners that are working together? And how do you coordinate these through multi-stakeholder platform to be able to make sure that the networks that are linked at local level can link at regional and global? And if with that, FAO works quite well. And I'm glad that the issue of land was mentioned. FAO also works with countries on actually land issues, especially when you're talking to the rural communities and rural sectors where land issues are complex and the land tenure, access and ownership is difficult. So FAO with multi-stakeholder platforms already developed through consultation with the governments, private sector, civil society, academia, voluntary guidelines on responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries, and forests to help countries improve their governance of tenure for the benefit of all, while emphasizing particularly the vulnerable and the marginalized people. At country level, including here in South Africa, we've worked with government to set up the multi-stakeholder platforms in addressing challenges to adopt to specific challenge of the country. And so we provide technical guidance and the technical support. So these are the things I just wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. That too was very helpful. We could see that we are harvesting from the pot of knowledge and wisdom. May I then ask the last speaker in this session, please? Do we have Mr. Mgudlwa or his representative from the city of Johannesburg? Oh, all right. It seems like we don't have anyone representing city of Johannesburg. We might be having those challenges of load shedding or any other challenges that they might face. That give us sufficient time then to be able to reflect in some of the points that have been made. The FAO really went in length about the type of intervention they assist working with different government, and perhaps maybe there are some reflection from the ground, from the floor, that they want to see if there is any specific questions around that part. Ms. Kinelo mentioned around the financing and how they go about from end to end in assisting the farmers and other agro-processors and the entrepreneurs in the agricultural space. The NDA gave us some very practical examples around how they assist youth in different provinces with enterprise development and other programs that they're running. Let me open up the floor now for any questions or reflections or insight from what they have specified. Thank you. By the show of hands. It seems perhaps maybe while we give another minute, it seems like your presentations were very clear. Probably they're busy on your website trying to get more information as we're speaking. But I see the hands of Rebecca. I've noted your position. Perhaps maybe Rebecca, before you take the floor, can I ask the colleagues at the background on the logistics as we prepare for the next breakaway sessions to just prepare us in terms of the guidelines, how we will group ourselves in different sessions. And then I'll be able to announce the lead discussant and the moderators of different sessions. If we could just prepare that in the meantime. Andrew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Safisa. This has been a most interesting get together and some very interesting views, ideas, thoughts, suggestions. But I'd like to bring a dimension in which I don't think has really been touched on, and that's the situation with regards to urban agriculture. We have a huge amount of poverty in our urban areas as well. And I appreciate the rural needs, and I'm working on a project in the Northern Drakensberg where we're looking at rural agricultural development as well. But I'm from Johannesburg. I'm a development consultant working with a number of organizations on the development of the south of Joburg, where we have huge amount of poverty, unemployment, and we really are looking at how do we integrate urban agriculture into the tourism sector. I work closely with Sojo Business and Tourism as the chairman of CLIPSA. Nikki Vakaludis is online, and we would really like to get some idea from this knowledge base as to how urban agriculture and tourism can start to work together. There are a number of urban agriculture projects which we're looking at developing into an agricultural hub in City Deep. But the tourism aspect, this seed to feed initiatives are very important, we believe, in terms of local employment in urban areas. Any comments from the speakers, please? I'd appreciate it. And how we develop and grow these sort of things as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Any comments from the speakers?
From NDA side, we are busy dealing with this urban agriculture. For instance, in Joburg, we're in partnership with the Department of Defense to give us land around those areas that were camps before. So we're working in partnership with the Department of Agriculture in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, so that we can have this primary agriculture around Gauteng. And the mayor of Ekurhuleni as well has given people land so that we can continue doing agriculture around the city, the urban areas. The earlier case that I gave around Cape Town was a pure example of how we're assisting the urban areas in terms of agricultural projects. So we are working with our partners. So we are hoping that going forward, we're going to intensify our interventions around urban areas when it comes to agricultural projects, especially the primary and subsistence agriculture. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prokwe. I see Mohadi, you also want to reflect, as well as Ndutu will follow Mohadi. Ndutu.
Yes,
I'm just answering Mr. Andrew Baker's question around agritourism and the urban space. So what I'm doing as a chef, and I know a lot of chefs are doing that now, it's a movement that's happened. We're working a lot with urban farmers to bring their story to our plates, and that creates interest, and that is almost like creates the right environment for people to learn about indigenous ingredients. And we get these indigenous ingredients from all of them from our urban farmers. And what I normally do with my platform is, when I have my pop-ups or when I have my events, I always bring the farmers in. They come and they chat and they talk about the ingredients, and they talk about how they farm the ingredients, where they farm the ingredients. So we actually link the farmers to our consumers. Also, as part of what we do when we're pushing or when we're advertising and marketing our events, we market the farmers also. So also we're trying to bring focus on what the urban farmers are doing, and also just to create to make people understand that food is accessible in the urban areas. It doesn't mean that you have to be in the rural areas to experience indigenous ingredients and to experience healthy indigenous ingredients. Urban farmers are there, and we work hand in hand with them to bring their story on our plates. So it is happening, and I know there's a lot of chefs doing it in especially in Johannesburg, but I know that more efforts need to happen around that.
Yeah, thank you. Can I also come in? I don't see my icon for raising my hand. Can you hear me, a moderator? This is Brave.
Yes, I have. I note you, Dr. Brave. Let me just let Ntutu have recognized first, and then it will come immediately after Ntutu.
Okay.
Thank you, Program Director. I want to respond to Andrew regarding the urban. From the informal sector's point of view, I want to identify that as a peri-urban, because in the context of South Africa, urban will be the likes of your Sandton, your Pretoria East, but then the townships and other kind of informal sectors, like where there's shacks, which is popularly known as Mkuku. For us, that's the urban. And much as there's a lot of progress, a lot of efforts that need to be dedicated to that, there is a little bit of agritourism going on there. However, it needs sufficient support. I mean, the likes of your Chisa Nyamas, in English, I think you would want to call that your braai areas. You have your Imbizos, you have your busy, which is popularly known as busy corner. Those are the participants within the farm to fork value chain. But also you have your street vendors, right? In the taxi ranks, you have your street vendors, and some of them are actually cooking the meat, all different types of it. So there is that, there are those activities there. They just need to be enhanced and provided with sufficient support. And we appreciate that you are also working very hard and making sure that is elevated. Thank you.
I'm in trouble.
Like, what is this thing? No, like
Hi, Kantu. I think you will be in trouble at this side. Please mute your mic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Brave, please take the
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you asked a very important question, and actually it's a work area that FAO actually has worked and has some knowledge products. I'll tackle it from two angles. The first one is if we project our world. By 2020, data shows us that by 2020, 80% of most of the countries will be urbanized. So it will be basically urban. So we're moving there because there's rapid urbanization. And what does this mean in terms of ecosystem and of course, living a sustainable, healthy life? So because of that, already there are also initiatives that are looking towards, greening of the cities. So that when you talk about the city, we are talking about agriculture, peri-urban agriculture, which my colleague has already talked to, where there are technologies of how you can actually utilize the most small size and green it with either greening of vegetables or something else. Greening it in terms of well-being of your life, because trees bring in oxygen, but also making sure that you are greening your plate as well, so diversifying your diet. And so FAO has developed and is developing technology and guidance and knowledge products that are available. So that is one aspect. The other aspect of actually urbanization is as what has happened now. How do you, because if we look at what is happening now because of COVID, you see there has been interaction of virus from animal to human. And we know that even we urbanize or we are in the peri-urban, we still have the wet markets. How do we actually behave in terms of coexistence of animal or livestock or domestic or whether they are wild for food, to ensure that we still monitor the virus load so that we actually avoid another COVID. So that also, there are perspective areas of thinking on how you deal with urban issue. So in terms of how do we deal with the growing urbanization, how do we ensure that we still do the peri-urban agriculture, to ensure that there's also greening as well as nutrition. So the knowledge and areas of work are there, and I can supply, because I am not the expert, but as I said, FAO works globally. I have colleagues and departments that are working specifically on that, and that knowledge can be shared. Thank you. Hello, was I talking to myself?
Listen to myself. I'm actually the one, Doc, who's talking to himself. I think we can now move on to the next session. Or is there any? I see, Andre, you want to have a second bite?
A second bite to say thank you very much for those contributions. I see Nikki Vakaludis has put her details into the chat. If there are any contacts or resources, we'd be grateful if you could perhaps pass them on to Nikki and we can pick them up there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Andre. And he has provided even the contact details. It's all there in the chat room. Thank you very much for that, Nikki. We'll certainly make contact with those that have interest. May I ask, we have 4 breakaway sessions. I don't know if Nozipo, you will assist me in terms of perhaps maybe projecting how different attendees have been allocated to different themes. We have the first theme that is dealing with the food festivals. You have the second theme that is dealing with indigenous food tours for health and cultural conscious. We have the third one that is dealing with fine and health dining of authentic South African cuisines. And then we have the fourth one that's dealing with farm fresh. I guess that's the one that is futuristic and dealing with the future generation of how it deals with the farm fresh. While you are trying to put that one out, Nozipo, are you with me?
Yes, yes. Kanto is going to take us through that. I think people have been allocated, those who did not allocate themselves. She will take us through the process. I think it shouldn't take more than 2 to 3 minutes to get us going with that.
Thank you. Kanto, over to you.
Thank you. So I have opened the rooms and everyone is are invited to join each and every room. Those who haven't seen that can share with us which group you want to go to. Otherwise, there is that 4 square on the bottom right that you can see, and you can choose as well which group do you want, apart from the moderator, lead discussant, who are already assigned. So please join the group and the invitation. And let us know if you are not assigned yet or you haven't seen. And yes.
Kanto, maybe from my side, if I could just make a plea to the coordinators of the different groups. It's on my time this side. We are still on time, so we've been a very, very disciplined audience today, and speakers mostly. It's now at 4:15. If we could be back at 16:45 in the main room, and I'm hoping, Kanto, that you'll allow us to be able to return back into the main plenary at 16:45 with those inputs coming from the breakaway sessions. Baby? Yes. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Number 6. Okay.
Dr. Ntombela, you're not on mute.
For those who haven't joined yet, please look at the 4 square breakout rooms on your bottom right and click join on each of the rooms. We're trying to assign you as well. Chef Mohadi, please, can you join the invitation? It is written group. You're invited to the group where is fine and healthy dining. The team is waiting for you there.
Is there anyone on the platform? It's so quiet here.
Yes,
yes, we just came back from the breakaway sessions.
Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting.
We are waiting for
yeah.
others to come back. So I think everyone is back to the breakout rooms. They are joining in. Dr. Sifiso, it's up to you. Everyone is back to the breakout session.
Excellent. And welcome back, and thank you very much for those breakaway sessions. Perhaps maybe let me give 30 seconds to Nozi, and you continue to just run the last part of the poll. And then we will, this is our last session, we will give it to the moderators now for the feedback, and we'll move towards the closure of today's business. If everyone could just answer those questions in their screen. All right. Is everybody have answered? Do you have another question, Kanto?
Yes, we have 25 to 29 answered now. I will just give it 10 seconds and then I'm going to the next. Yes, thank you. Yes.
The efficiency of technology nowadays. This would have taken paperwork and someone have to code it after the session.
All right, I'm ending the poll and going for the other one. Thank you. And here comes the last one. All right, Dr. Sifiso, over to you. Everyone has responded. Thank you. I apologize, you are muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kanto, for that. Can I then give it to the lead discussant to give us the feedback in the 4 sessions, which we are now officially in the session of reporting and validation. We'll then move towards the closure, where I'll also make my open remark, trying to bring it and tie it back into the expected outcomes that we had on our opening. I would like to start off with the lead discussant in group number 1, Ms. Pantwa. Sorry if I'm
No, not a problem.
Your name.
Okay, perfect. Hi, Mr. Ntombela, and thank you for the introduction. So my name is Apsi Pandra, and I'm from the initiative called African Culinary Library Initiative. So in our themed food festival discussion, what the points that came through was a planned festival called the Wild Food Festival, which would be held biannually and traveling, so different regions. So it would, let's say this year, the winter one would be held in the Free State and the summer one would be held in the West Coast in the Western Cape, just as an example, where specifically in the winter one, we are talking about the wild factor, which is now venison, because it's also hunting season in winter. But consumers don't really know how to consume a lot of, like, you know, the venison, wild boar, when we're talking about guinea fowl, and in that, and also like obviously then the produce that comes from that and the indigenous herbs, etc., that are based around winter. And in this case, while we're having it in a place, let's say like the Free State, we're also promoting tourism, which is outside of the normal seasoned tourist dates. So we're bringing the people, we bring tourists into those regions outside of the normal tourist dates. And we're focusing a lot on the staycation, which is the local travel, which is really based on national travel, as international travel is still quite restricted and probably will be in still the foreseeable future. And so with this, there's an important concept about the app. So an app that basically sits, it's the Wild Festival app, but that is creating longevity because it is available all year round. So every time we have a festival, so all those food vendors, you know, everyone, chefs, cooks, street vendors, that they can apply, they can go onto the app, create their own profiles. We'll obviously guide everyone through. This will happen via WhatsApp so that we make things a little bit easier for farmers and people that are maybe not too tech savvy. And so this app basically stays there and it operates as a trade show, so that when you are in a specific region, so let's say you're traveling through the Free State from Gauteng to the Western Cape, you can just go onto the app and actually see what the local produce is and where to access that kind of food, whether it is it's in a restaurant state, or because nowadays you do get some family homes that are actually producing food outside of their kitchens, and they've got, like, you know, 2 or 4 tables on their veranda, which are found to be quite quirky and cute. But it works to promote the local produce and what is the, let's say, the local dish in that village or city. And so that's basically, and so that would definitely bring in the concept around agritourism and the food systems, so that we are promoting seasonal consumption, you know, of food. And when it comes to the normal, so let's say livestock, when it comes to beef, lamb, chicken, and pork, we definitely want to promote use of the underutilized cuts. You know, so let's say an example in beef, we normally talk about fillet, sirloin, roast beef, but we're not really using the nose to tail approach when it comes to most of the animals. So that is the crux of our report, but we will supply the written report after that. I just didn't want to take up too much time. Hello?
I'm muted again. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
And I hope I didn't go too fast, but I was just being conscious of time.
Yes, no, thank you very much. That was very helpful. And we are well recorded. Can I then give it to Rita for group 2?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Sharing.
Yes. So we discussed a Sekhukhune food tour. So the group felt that the tea project was a great starting point, but we then looked at creating a food route around Limpopo in Sekhukhune, because we identified that there are a number of agricultural activities currently taking place and that have been taking place for a number of years around Limpopo, specifically within Sekhukhune, but that are not utilizing tourism as a new income stream. So we identified that the first stop could be for a tea tour, and then the second stop could be within the orange farm. So there are a number of orange farms within the Marble Hall and Groblersdal region. So that could involve orange picking, making fresh orange juice, and enjoying a lunch that is paired with that orange juice, especially looking at the young generation, and they're really into champagne and orange juice. It's actually becoming a big trend among many celebrities. So that could be one of the stops, and something that can be enjoyed within their lunch. There are also some grape farms within the area, although they're not mostly wine grapes, but we could look at just grape picking, experiences of making grape juice and pairing that with specific desserts and meals. They're also also looking at utilizing the culture of Sekhukhune. They could be stops like at the Royal Bapedi Homestead, which is also in Sekhukhune, in not far from Groblersdal, where they usually have Bapedi dances taking place, where they are, the graveyards of the past Sekhukhune kings and traditional leaders. There's also a very interesting stop in Sekhukhune called Manche Masimula's graveyard. So Manche Masimula, her story is known even up to the UK, where she actually died because of trying to basically spread. She was within ministry and trying to spread Christianity. There's actually a statue of her erected in the UK, but there's not much that's being done to expose her story, where she comes from in Sekhukhune. So we'll be looking at tying in cultural elements as well as the current agricultural activities that are taking place already in the Sekhukhune region. But we also looked at an opportunity for enterprise development, because we felt that there's a need for bringing like-minded people and developing capacity and entrepreneurs as well in the agri-food tourism space. Thank you. But yeah, we will also put a document together that we can share.
Thank you very much, Ratang. Can I then give it to the to Vus Ndlovu? I really love that Sekhukhune route. So we're having now the alternatives to the Garden Road, the short left. I think that was amazing.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Good. Is it evening yet? Good evening. I don't know, everyone. From the Fine and Healthy Dining breakout group, we had a very heated discussion. When you get chefs in a small space, it goes a bit crazy. But I think the consensus was quite unanimous that it's important for chefs to work with farmers in the fine dining and healthy dining space to encourage farmers to grow what they want to grow in their land. And then as chefs, we tell their story through them. So we essentially, as chefs, should work for the farmers, not farmers don't work for us. So that was quite important. That came out quite a bit. Another thing that came up was the curriculum of chefs at chefs training facilities. And we believe that knowledge is power, because there was a chef who told us about something called red sand that happened in Lesotho, which was a drought, and people using quinoa in a very interesting way there. And I myself feel very ashamed that I didn't know that, because no one tells us that. So I believe that the curriculum is quite important in sharing knowledge and imparting knowledge that we can use as chefs to cook better food and make African food more palatable to a broader audience. Another thing that we brought up briefly was the word indigenous. My suggestion was like, let's not use the word indigenous, but let's call it food. You know, the Greeks don't call the yogurt Greek yogurt, it's just yogurt. But we did say that we need to be proud of our food and proud of what we create as chefs that's proudly South African. And we just really need to tell our own stories and really not to be shy. So when tourists come, yes, they can have pasta, they can have risotto, which is nice, but let's have them have our South African cuisine and not be shy to put that cuisine front and center of the plate. So in a nutshell, I think we've said this throughout the whole talk today, is that chefs are very important in the conversation. And I think it takes, the farmers will work hard on their end to make sure that we have quality beef, we have quality vegetables, and et cetera, but chefs need to take pride in the African spectrum and really serve that food front and center. So I think we can also put together a detailed report of what we spoke about, but that's just the crux of it, really.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu. That was very helpful. And I even like the suggestion there around those terminologies of what is the most appropriate one to use around these alternatives to the food indigenous. May I then give it to Professor Afaole, the last group?
Thank you very much, Professor. We were 6, I think 7 thereabout in our group. It was very, very productive. We discussed in detail various opportunities that can actually be used to equip the next generation. As you know, the theme of the group was Farm Fresh, the next generation. So we look at one thing that can be used to actually not only engage the youth, that's the word, to engage the youth, but also to make them profitable and prosper. And one thing that came out quite clearly is the urban agriculture, which actually Andrew mentioned. He has a lot of experience in this. He discussed a lot of initiatives that he is involved with. And then we start unpacking, this space of urban agriculture. You mentioned the prospect of home gardening vegetables and other. South Africa is so diverse in terms of species, different species of vegetable, indigenous. I will use the word indigenous because they are indigenous in our space. We can use this to actually leverage that opportunity for agritourism. Then we started unpacking, if you want to go urban agriculture, you want to have a successful gardening, you need space, you need land. We started unpacking that space of land, land utilization. And I think it was Paul that asked about then what are the laws guiding the use of space? You cannot just rock up in a space and start planting and farming your vegetables or garden foods. Andrew mentioned that there are indeed challenges in that space, but the government is also listening to this plight and also trying to promote the use of space for gardening and urban agriculture. We must know that it's not only going to serve the nutrition aspect of it, it's going to serve the economic aspect. In fact, it's therapeutic, it's psychological. If you have this gardening, the fact that people can walk in and experience nature, even in the urban setup, it's psychological. You move away from the noise and all that. So then we move on to innovation. How can universities and institutions come contribute to in terms of promoting this space in terms of innovation, in the area of vertical farming, artificial lighting, agro-processing hub. We discussed all these issues. And it came out very clearly that the university institutions can actually play a big role in this. And one thing that also very interesting is it's also multidisciplinary. So we must take a multidisciplinary approach to this. It's not only about farming. You know, when you talk about tunnel, when you talk about irrigation, when you talk about artificial lightning, when you talk about vertical farming, the use of technology, we're talking about different areas, this discipline. And what that means is that if all faculties in our institutions, our university can actually see the opportunities in this area, we can actually get involved. We can actually contribute significantly to the promotion of agritourism in South Africa. I think that's about it. And if there's anything else, we're gonna we're gonna compile a report, and I hope you're gonna enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Oh, my mic is up. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you very much to all the participants. More importantly, thank you very much to all the moderators and people working at the background to make sure this a dialogue was a success, and to the sponsors. We really appreciate. For me, most importantly, I think you've been very helpful and made my job much easier to be a facilitator, especially the professionalism of the speakers to sticking on time. I truly appreciate that. At the beginning, I think our job or our task was really to come up with a brief. And I think those that are assisting Kanto and the colleagues that are assisting also with minute taking, as well as the points that on the recording, will be able to draft that brief. And I think towards the closure, both Jeanette and Dr. Chilitsi will be able to give us more details of how to access that in the coming days or so. And the second part of it, which I think was also about the two at least key things that come out from that dialogue. And I think we have we can all be very much in agreement that we've been really be blessed with the knowledge and the different ideas and innovation that exist across our country, and the good work that our colleagues are doing under very difficult conditions at times with limited support, but they seems to be really pulling it through, and this is really commendable. I think there was a very much strong emphasis also around the issues of policy and infrastructure, ensuring that also you link it with education and training to increase awareness. So if I were to summarize three very key points from my side, and by no means is basically saying that it's only the points that existed. I think there was a very much consensus amongst the need to drive localization of our food system, underpinned by education, improving awareness, as well as investment in our local food system, really building up on what exists in our rural space, the richness that comes in here. And that can be linked in with these innovative ideas, such as the Chef Manifesto, linking to our townships, linking into our rural areas and urban areas. And I think this could find appetite also with the work that the Department of Agriculture, Rural and Development are driving in that space of localizing of food. And think about last month already, the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition have announced and approved in cabinet the localization strategy of the country. And I think this fits in very well where it links into the agritourism, and agritourism being the market, part of the domestic market that will provide that pull effect into our production. The second area which came out very clear from my side, where I repeatedly recorded across the different sessions, is really building as we transform our food systems and we make it localized and we make it more sustainable by taking care of our natural resources, is a need of building up on indigenous knowledge, which basically develop and promote this food system. Also recognizing some of the geographical indicators which bring in value into the food. I think the presentation by Mr. Michael Daba really mentioned, even the video that we saw, mentioned that importance of geographical indicators, linking them with our food system so that we have identity of the food system we're providing through agritourism. I think the presentation and the good story by Ms. Ratanga Patla around the T of how do you really build up from the indigenous knowledge and upscale that to become part of the rural development and using the agritourism as a market for it. That for me really came out as direct benefits. And I think the work that our art and culture department are doing in that space could fit in upscaling this into the program of action that is linked with those systems in place. Lastly, from my side, which I think it talks directly into the functions of the Department of Tourism, as well as the work of COCTA, which is our traditional affairs, particularly on the House of Contralesa. And a couple of months, I had an opportunity to address the House of Contralesa and with all our traditional leaders and houses in the country. And there's a very interesting term that they came up with, where they are calling themselves now developmental monarchs, which basically says they view themselves and the asset that they sit in across our country and how they use it as an economic asset that will uplift the lives of the people that sit in it. And I think coming up with a program or a system that will have a targeted support and investment initiative that talk to agritourism and take into account the different richness and the landscape that sit in our different traditional houses, as well as in the rural areas, will really build in so that we uplift those good stories that Ratanga you was talking about in Sekukune, through those tea tours, and really building up into the short left initiative that is run by Tourism South Africa. So for me, partners and colleagues and friends, I think that has been very insightful, and that has been one of the key outcomes that are coming out of it. The last one, which we're supposed to really come up with, is really ensuring that if there's an appetite for a system that will continue this engagement, as we know that we are building and gaining momentum towards South Africa, having that position paper and some of the solutions and strategies that they will adopt as a country, but they will also present in the upcoming UN summit, which the first dialogue of it is starting this Friday. With that, I would like to call on Rantu to see if we are able, what was the output of our results, and if there was an appetite to really create that platform that would build up from the momentum we've gained today and go on to for the participation of it. Over to you, Kantu.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sifiso. So from the first areas, from the first poll, we have which areas best describe the works. So as you can see, we have 12% of our attendees were in farming, 40% in food and beverages, 80% on tourism, and 20% on private sector, 8% academia, NGOs, 80%, and government, 6%. So that's from the first poll. And from the second one, we were asking everyone on if agritourism can help transform South Africa's food system for the better. So I think 76% of the attendees of everyone strongly agree. So I think this gives us a feedback, a good one, on the necessity of this dialogue and okay, sorry. All right. So as I was saying, so everyone, most of the people strongly agreed on seeing that the agritourism can help transform South Africa's food system for the better. So no one disagreed, no one strongly disagrees. So I think everyone in attendance were in agreement from that. We also, on the third poll, we were asking if everyone was if the attendees were interested in joining informal professional network to continue promoting the agritourism food system. So I think 100% everyone were saying yes, everyone is interested. So this gives us as well a good feedback on the interest and how everyone would like to join and would like to transform food system and being an informal professional with network. So I think we have a very good feedback, and yes, this gives us a nice feelings for the future of agri-food system. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Sifiso.
Thank you very much, Kato. This is brilliant. I think especially the last part to say there's an overwhelming interest to really build up that. That just shows how important agritourism is in transforming our food system. May I then ask Dr. Chilitsi Mazivandila, the CEO of Anapen, to give us his closing remark and vote of thanks. Immediately after him, may I ask Ms. Jeanette Sutherland, the CEO of AgriLands Marketing, to also provide his concluding remarks, and we'll then move the meeting to enclosure. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ntombela. As you can see, I'm in the dark. Apologies for that. It's now a thing that happens every day. So to our participants, thank you so much. And then when we were trying to think through how best to deliver this last part, then my colleague Jeanette then will outline the next steps. So for me is to just thank the colleagues. We really appreciate your time. Our apologies that the program was rather long, and thank you so much for staying through the 3 hours plus then with us. We really appreciate. We know there are other competing demands that you need to attend to, but then you chose to stay with us for this long. For that, we really appreciate. Jeanette, over to you. I see that we are left with 7 minutes. So if you can use that 7 minutes to unpack the next steps.
Well, no, I'll be brief. Thanks a lot, Chilitsi. I'll be brief. It's been a bit of a long evening. And first of all, thanks to everyone who contributed to this session being a success that it was. Starting with the participants themselves. We could have planned the best event. If you didn't show, we would have no dialogue. So thanks to you. Also, a very, very big hearty thanks to all of the presenters, including the lead discussants. Some of you came in on the last leg and really did a brilliant job. Thank you very much. I am very heartened to see the results of the poll, particularly for the informal network. So we will continue to engage with you. There will be additional information in terms of, the structure of the informal network, the terms of reference, et cetera, et cetera. We were even thinking through some names. And so we would share that with you. Now we have your contact information, and going forward, we will reach out on that front. On the other front, which is even more pressing, is to get this briefing together to be able to submit it in time to the UN system so that it is considered in the final agenda before the summit takes place later on in the year. We have a deadline of a couple more weeks, and so I'm really pleading with particularly the lead discussants for the breakout group, because given the shortness of time, I know it was very difficult to really capture something, even in the briefing box that was provided, so that if you would get back to me, to sort of provide a little bit more detail in terms of particularly some of those questions, how it relates concretely to the food agenda, the impact that it will have, the feasibility of it, some key priority challenges that you think you would face, which would reflect, which would help us guide in terms of writing up what are the policy and program and investment support that would be required. So if I could encourage you to within the next couple of days, I know you all have your swamped schedule, but if I could encourage you to really try to get back to us with those briefing notes, it would be really, really appreciated. As I indicated earlier, in planning this, and that once we draft the brief, we will submit it to all of the participants so that you would have an opportunity to have a final say in terms of what we captured before we submit it forward. So on those two fronts, the brief clearly is the facilitator indicated, we do have, this is being recorded, so we're going to go through some of the recording to capture, the wealth of information that was shared here. I think most of you have shared your presentation with us, but including if the lead discussants for the breakout group can now send their write-up reports, that would really help for us to turn around in a shorter time as possible to pull this report together, the policy brief plus the business proposal And then, once that is over, I think we can engage more in terms of what the network, informal network would look like. And again, we'll reach out to you to get your feedback onto the next steps. So on that note, big thanks again to everyone, including those who have been coordinating this with me, Farna Pan and No Line Communication. Thank you very much and have a great evening.